started it.
Okay, I'll call Rich County Commission meeting to order. Sorry we're a little tardy. Our department head meeting ran a little over, but we're good to go now. So I'd ask Commissioner Cox to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Got a motion for the agenda?
So I'll make Lynn's not here, so removing sanitation department item. I'll make a motion, we approve the agenda for April 8th.
With that motion, I'll second it.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded, agenda be set for today. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Wally, Schulthess, Woodruff Irrigation Company. Come on up.
We've got O.C. Fraser, the president, and Geo Pierce, the vice president of the company here,
Come on
also
up,
to
guys,
answer any
Shawn.
questions if you want.
Yeah, come on up.
O.C. Fraser and George Pierce.
Yes.
If you guys will state your names and your position while you're here for the record.
Okay. O.C. Fraser, president of Woodruff Irrigation Company.
George Peart, Vice President, Woodruff Irrigation Company.
Wallace Schulthess, secretary treasurer, Woodruff Irrigation Company.
Okay. What you got? What do you want to present for us?
We requested that the county commissioners look over the proposal of the Woodruff Creek Watershed Management Plan, the design phase, to move that forward to NRCS for funding to keep the project going. My understanding is he was going to look at that, review it, and then authorize the signatures of that in today's meeting. Is that correct? Did you have a chance to look at it and see if there
So,
were
our-
any questions?
Our attorney has it. We haven't heard back from him on it. We just need to make sure that he reviews everything that we are doing. So I'm not sure. I think he's gonna be here today, but I don't know that he hasn't given us any feedback on what he's reviewed, so.
Did the commissioners happen to get this booklet? Did you get a copy of that as co-sponsors?
No, I mean, I haven't seen it.
Did you get it?
I have not seen
Haven't seen it? It came maybe 10 days ago or so.
I think I seen an email that went to you.
Okay, what is that?
No, that was a different.
Was that this new one? No,
Yeah.
that was
I mean, I got a big thick one, but it was a different,
okay.
Yeah, that's a different project. That'll be the one that'll be at 1:45 today.
okay, so what is that exactly?
This is the project that they put together for the design phase of it. It
Okay,
has maps, it has public comment period, it has any agency that put in public comments, went through it to get it approved. This went to the Salt Lake office of the NRCS, they were looking at it, and that's when they put this booklet together. Then this was sent to Washington DC, USDA, and they will review it, and there'll be another comment period before it's implemented. So we're probably a couple, 3 months down the road before we hear from Washington on the approval. But my understanding is the Utah NRCS has approved the project to go forward with the company, the irrigation company, and the commissioner's signature on it. Unless you have questions or concerns, there's still opportunities if there's something that the attorney finds out.
Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
So this says that the sponsors will acquire such a real property as will be needed in connection with the works of improvement. Now, the county can't be responsible for acquiring all this stuff.
No, they shouldn't be. I don't know why that's written in there that way.
Well, you guys are a sponsor too, so it could be a sponsor could be.
Are we the sponsors?
Co-sponsor.
Yeah, I think we just need to clarify that
But me and you, neither one of us can do that.
We're both listed as co-sponsors.
Yeah,
The company owns some of the ground, but no, we're not after ground, we're not taking property.
I think it's, and your attorney should look at that really close. My understanding is a lot of the language that is put into these applications is because of federal regulations,
yeah.
and there are a lot of details in there. It's hard for.
I know you need to be tied, if your sponsor needs to have some eminent domain authority.
Yes,
to
I
get
think
the money.
that states that in there somewhere.
Yeah, which we would never be interested in using, and so maybe additionally, there could be an MOU that specifically states that, you know, that's not something we're interested in, and also if there are other bills that are gonna pop up beyond clearinghouse type things, that the private company needs to take care of them. I just don't wanna be on the line for if the company dissolves, cause it's a 100-year agreement, right?
Yes,
If you guys dissolve, there needs to be some type of written procedure for what happens. You don't want the county public funds to start picking up these types of things, or maybe you do, you know?
no.
You
No,
know, so,
the intention of having the county be the sponsors, in order to have the grant, the federal agencies require the government entity to be able to do the pass-through, and this is basically, the way it was explained to us, was a pass-through. We will receive a bill as the company, say from the engineers, we will authorize that bill, forward that to the county. The county will request funding from USDA. When the county receives the funding and it's in your account, then you will reimburse that payment. So there shouldn't be any other bills other than what's already included in this. There shouldn't be anything that the county would be, and I believe there was,
It says here, that the costs shown in this plan are estimates, final costs to be borne by parties hereto will be actual costs incurred in the installation works of improvement. So you and us are responsible for all this, and the terms are, it's the life of the project or 102 years.
yeah. Now this watershed plan is for the design phase only. They will go forward with, when this is approved from Washington, this plan here is just for the design phase. That will show what the plan is going to be, that will show the total cost. There won't be any cost outside of that once it's designed. They don't know right now, and that's what this design phase is doing. It will, the engineers and then RCS will design the project, come up with the cost. It will be put out on bids. Then they will accept a bid for the total cost of the operation at that time. So then we will know, okay, if we sign this, as sponsors or co-sponsors, that will be the total cost of the project. They can't come in and say later, no, we gotta add on another $1 million, we've unforeseen whatever. No, it won't be that. It will be, here's the total project, here's what we're going to do in that project, here's the total cost of that project, here's the contractor that they will sign the agreement with for X amount of dollars, so that nothing can be added on later on. But I think that's good if the county attorney can look at that. If you would rather have him look at this before you ratify your signatures on it, I think as a company, we're good with that.
Yeah,
I'll give you time to look through it,
we need
because
to do that.
there's a lot here.
We agreed to do this a year ago, you know, and we've been good with it all along. But being a pass-through, which we agreed to do, and then I read all this stuff, that we're on the hook for the project for the duration of 102 years, or else when it's done. Sorry.
and I wanna anticipate, I think it's gonna go exactly how you say. I don't think there's gonna be a problem, but as it is now, if there is a problem, we're on, as it's written. And I think we're fine being a clearinghouse, we're not fine being a backstop,
Yeah.
you know, if things fall through. But we also don't want to gum up the system of something that's been in the works for this long,
Yeah.
you know, so it's not like we're gonna pull back and extend the timeline. We just need a second to
Might
wiggle
need a-
this right.
Might need a little better wording, but there's the guy that'll have to tell us.
Yeah, and I think as a company, we don't have a problem taking the time.
Okay.
We appreciate the county being a co-sponsor with us to keep this going forward, but let's definitely not rush into something that we don't understand.
Has Ben got a copy of this?
I don't know, I haven't talked to him. Did you get my forwarded copy of the Woodruff Creek Watershed plan?
No.
I guess that's why I haven't heard back from you. I forwarded the email that had the plan in it, so we'll talk about that a little later.
Yeah, let's go ahead and put that on hold before you ratify the signatures. It's not gonna stop anything going forward, because there's still that process that has to be reviewed, and it
Yeah.
still has to be a
I was-
comment period, so we're good with you guys looking it over, make sure.
Yeah.
Cause I've looked through it, and there's a few concerns that I have, not about funding or anything, but comments that were made, that were submitted. There's reference to pipelines. That was one thing we made very clear as an irrigation company, there will not be a pipeline associated with this project. It's diversions and the outlet at the reservoir, and there were comments that were turned in that said that it'll be great when we get the pipeline in. There's not gonna be a pipeline read into this anywhere. And so we wanna make sure that it's clarified, so I appreciate you taking the time to look through it, especially if it's showing that county or the company's gonna be on the hook for something that we don't have any clue later on. Like I say, 102 years is a long time. We know as a company, we're responsible for the maintenance operation. Once it's in place, completed, project's done, but we don't wanna get into something before we know what it is, so.
And we're really good with helping out and being the pass-through and all that. I was very blown away when I read through some of this stuff, cause I thought, holy cow, we'll
Yeah,
have
and
to hire another employee to handle all the stuff.
Yeah, and the responsibility that would go with it, it's more alluded to in there than
Yeah.
specifically, this is what's required, and that, like I say,
So you guys had a public hearing in September, right?
Yes.
In Woodruff. Is there any more local public hearings required? I know there's comment periods, but.
once it's approved from Washington, then there'll be a comment period, and we can, at that time, we can have a public meeting if shareholders desire that, if the commission would like us to have another one before we finally go forward with it. But it's all waiting on Washington. It seems like there's a 30-day comment period, and then
Yeah.
a 45-day period after that to make sure there's no adverse effects from the comments that come in.
And you guys are just improving already existing spots that you already have access to. You don't
Yes,
anticipate
they're-
needing to take anything or.
Yeah. I don't think there's any right-of-way conflicts, because we have the authority as an irrigation company to go in and maintain. We can't go in through the middle of somebody's property and build a brand-new road,
Yeah.
but we can follow the existing corridor to maintain or improve the structures that are there, so there shouldn't have to be any landowner agreements as far as building roads or doing anything like that.
And this is supposed to take 5,689,000.
I think it's
That's the total.
important too to understand that as a company, all that we have signed on for is during this grant phase is the design part. This is actually just for the design, for the 100% design. All this is just getting us the 100% design, which as we apply for the 100% design, it's fully funded 100%. We don't pay out any money. And so we still have the authority as a company to make the decision after they come through with 100% design. We can say, no,
Yeah,
that costs too much, or it just doesn't make sense.
This is just.
We still have that authority. We haven't signed on to
to do it.
putting shovels to dirt yet.
Yeah.
And as a co-sponsor, the county has that same, I think that's in here, let's say, I've been looking at it, make sure that that's in there, that that's understood, that if the irrigation company decides to go forward with them, county commissioners, for whatever reason, say no, as a co-sponsor, you could stop it at that point, so it doesn't go forward. I believe that's written in here, but make sure that both of us as co-sponsors have that authority to say, no, we've spent $600,000.
$5 million to engineer it.
Yeah, just engineering.
So where, you didn't get anything, Annalise, at all, as far as like a binder? Did it come just like that, Wally, as a
Yeah.
binder?
Yeah,
Is that whole thing one document?
yes.
Oh my
That,
gosh.
this is,
That's
this is a Nancy Pelosi document
this
that
is
they
the-
expect
this is
us
the
to go
project.
through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shows comments, maps.
We need to see if we can get a hold of the one of them. Maybe Catherine can get us one, you think?
Did you happen to get online, see if you get
I
a
couldn't.
digital copy?
With what you gave me, I couldn't get one.
I will find out, if it would be beneficial for your attorney to have this copy and look at it. I could leave that with you today.
Well, yeah, or you better keep that. Let's see if we can get a hold of one.
Okay,
If,
What's the name of that document, real quick?
so Watershed Plan Environmental Assessment,
Okay.
Woodruff Creek Agricultural Water Management Project. It's handled through the U.S. Department of Agriculture Natural Resource Conservation Service.
You want a picture of it?
I think I got it.
So you need me to try to get a copy, or you're gonna work on getting us a copy?
I will work on getting a copy for the county.
Thank you.
I will get hold of the Salt Lake office, the NRCS, and find out what it takes to get a physical copy. Digital copies are better, and they might have a digital copy. If not, I'll find out what
And
it
I can
takes
take either.
to get another copy.
so, this is just talk about.
The program.
The program itself.
So it's not that.
No. No, this is
And
the
the
program
NRCS.
that fits in, but that just how to fill them out and what it does.
So PL 566 funding is what where the funding's coming from the NRCS.
And no, and to clear up, no, this figure is the project.
Oh, okay. That's not the engineering.
No,
Okay, that's what I was going.
that's the project cost,
Okay.
that 5 million.
And does the canal company have to do any match money?
No, not on this. This is 100%.
No,
This design phase.
the design phase, we don't have to pay anything.
But when it,
Once it goes in,
It's
then
25%,
25%.
but it can be like in kind and
Yeah.
right away and donated lands.
okay.
yeah. But that's the key that we've been really trying to push with our shareholders is this design phase. We still have the right to say no, clear up to the 100% of the design phase, which is very important. You know, because they could come in with a number that's just
Does your
outrageous.
sponsor, does the county have to have a match
No.
in the project itself?
No. They would probably still be the pass-through account at that time is my understanding for the funding of it. But as far as any financial obligations, we wanna make sure that there's no financial obligations, hidden or otherwise, that the county might have to come up with. It would all be through the company. We wanna make
Right.
sure on that.
Well, we'll rely on Ben for,
Yeah, hopefully the NRCS allows like a side agreement and an MOU that just specifies that, you know, we don't want to take land.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, obviously, I don't know if we can say that and still have you get the money, but we don't want to have any costs over this 102-year agreement. We just want to be a clearinghouse. But,
and the last thing I wanna do is start doing eminent domain and taking people's property away.
Yeah, and we've talked to them about that early on, and we don't think there's a need to do that with this project. So even the access to it was discussed. There are some landowners, if you need to build a road in, we will let you build a road across, you know, we'll sign an agreement or whatever. but we're not gonna force anyone to build a road or put a pipeline in or put anything in. And I hope that was real plain in there.
Yeah.
The engineers are on board with that. I don't know about NRCS, I'd say there.
So does it muck you up too bad if we move the design phase approval to May? I don't know if you guys wanna do that.
No, I think that's good with us. Like I say, it's still in that approval process going forward, so we have time.
We'll do that.
Been working on this 5 years, another month isn't it? That gives you time to look at it.
Yeah.
I'll make an effort to get you a copy of this, so you can look through it.
Okay,
Thank you.
anything else?
We'll see you at 1:45.
1:45?
Yeah, I didn't know that was on the agenda too, but that's dealing with a different project, Ben Merritt. is
Sorry, I
gonna-
should put them together, I didn't put them together.
Is gonna come in at 1:45. We definitely wanna be here with that, because
Some-
that's gonna be a request. My understanding from the email that, they're gonna want the county to take out a loan. And counties don't take out loans for projects like that, so.
It's for the dam?
Yeah, the Birch Creek. It's a study to determine if it meets current dam safety standards, and it's only a study. The engineering on that alone is $1,200,000, right around that. The total cost of the study is over $11 million, which totally blows my mind away.
Yeah.
FEMA funds are gonna cover 65% of it. We were told early on that the other 35% would be handled by a grant. And since that time, they've come to us and says, no, you've gotta borrow the money from the Board of Water Resources, and the company can't afford that. So we're gonna go back. When we told them no, evidently they sent that same form letter to the commissioners for you guys to discuss it today and look at it. My recommendation as a shareholder is say absolutely not. The county cannot get involved in funding projects like that. We would
We're
like
not a
to
bank.
meet
We're
with the
really not a bank.
engineers.
Yeah.
To loan money.
Yeah, we would like to meet with the engineers, with Ben Merritt, with probably Matt Call with dam safety, and the commissioners at some other time to discuss possible funding. What we would like is to encourage Utah Dam Safety to come up with the other funding. This is a high-risk dam. They wanna get it off their books. They wanna find out what it's gonna take to bring it up to standards. I think the state of Utah should be the other ones that fund this. Dam safety specifically should come up with the other 35% of the funding to do the study. They want us to sign that. They want you guys now to sign that loan, and it's open-ended. It's to cover the study, it's to cover the design phase, and it's to cover all costs on the project. Only a fool would sign a loan that has no.
So, is Ben Merritt coming up today?
Yes.
We didn't know until we come and seen the agenda. He didn't notify us that he was coming.
Okay.
That's just a little.
Wait, let me.
If you got any other questions on
How did I
that?
put it? Hold on, let me double check that.
Yeah, I don't know enough to ask questions on it.
Okay,
To be honest.
he's possibly available for questions, so we could possibly call him, but I think I can't remember what he committed to do. I thought I had.
But we will be back. One of us, or all of us will be back at 1:45 if you have any clarification on that, so.
Sounds good.
All right, well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Appreciate it. Hopefully we won't do anything we're not supposed to do.
Yeah, thanks.
Come
Appreciate
again.
it, guys.
Couple hours, yeah.
Yeah, go have your lunch.
Okay, Joey and Lindsay. Come on, state your names for the record and what you represent.
Go ahead.
Lindsay Meyer, I don't know,
Rich County
Rich
Ambulance.
County Ambulance.
Okay,
Joey Stocking, Rich County Emergency Manager.
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so our goal for today with meeting with you is to go over the RHTP grant and kind of what it entails and any future needs that this grant might need that might involve, like, you guys, the commissioner, involvement. Correct?
Yeah.
So,
So, I don't wanna tell you guys anything you guys already know, so, do you guys already know a bit about the RHT thing that came from the big beautiful bill? Or do you want me to like talk
You
about
know,
that?
John,
I have no clue. Can you
Okay,
help
I'll
us
go
out?
over it
Yeah.
again. So, yeah, this is 50 million coming from the federal government. That was part of the big beautiful bill last year. Basically, Utah's getting about 200 million a year for the next 5 years. So it's a 5-year infusion of money. So any projects that are funded through it are supposed to be like sustainable kind of things. And it's just basically geared towards improving healthcare in rural areas, and that applies in a bunch of different ways. So some of the money will be going through various Utah agencies, but specifically what I'm interested in is how we can use it to improve EMS and emergency medical dispatching in the county. So it can go towards things like Starlinks on our ambulances so that we actually have coverage in the canyon, so we can share data with the hospitals. It could go for AEDs and stop the bleed kits for deputies, as they're usually first arrivers on scenes. It could even be used for like a new training facility in the county somewhere if we wanted. One big thing two big things I'd like to look at is replacing our old paging system, and I only did this because there's other counties that are basically asking for the same thing, but a digital P25 paging system built on the UCA network. But a project like that could cost up to $350,000. So I know it's something we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. And then the last thing is better medical dispatching software down in dispatch. Our current software is less than ideal. In fact, 1 month ago yesterday, I got a 911 call for a CPR in progress, and I spent about 2.5 minutes trying to open our software to give the electronic CPR instructions, and I couldn't get it to open in time, and so I just fumbled through it. I would have done better not trying to open the software and just talked her through it, but yeah, it's a problem, and we need to figure it out.
I'm sure you were better than the software.
Well, it wasn't while I tried to figure out how to open the software at the same time. I sounded like an idiot, I felt like. But with all this, the Bureau of EMS is recommending that we get a needs assessment done. I'll let you talk about that.
So from our current understanding, sorry, do you care if I use your
Nope.
papers? So from our current understanding, this grant is going to require or strongly suggest you have a needs assessment done to get the full amount of money. So my fear is if we don't do a needs assessment, then we will not get the full amount with this grant that we potentially could. So the 3 different routes, that we could go with this needs assessment or options that we have is that we could bring in an outside specialized consultant who works with rural communities and specializes in EMS needs assessments. This is our most expensive option. It can be upwards of $50,000. So if the state does not cover this funding with this needs assessment, then we might have to look into some other options to get that money, whether it be we apply for other grants or come to you guys and ask for like ways that we might be able to do this. Another option would be getting a different consulting company that doesn't specialize in EMS but could still do a needs assessment. That would probably be a little bit cheaper than that. Or our third option is having someone in-house do it. My only concern with that, it would be our cheapest option, but I am concerned that we would get more biased results and then someone would not totally know the full understanding of what would need to be done with this assessment. There are web pages that kind of walk you through the process, but it would be hard for somebody that's never done it to walk in and try to do a full county-wide needs assessment. And it might be really hard for a volunteer to do because it could require a lot of hours to get it done. So those are kind of our three options. We're not asking for anything today, but we just wanted to make you guys like aware of kind of what our options were with this. And then as we find out more information, then we can be in communication with like what we find out as far as if the state will fund this needs assessment. They're supposed to be in our EMS liaison, Dan Camp, you know Dan, is supposed to be getting back with us on some of his state meetings that they'll be discussing this in. So
It sounds like there's a pretty good chance we can use the competitive EMS grant to do a needs assessment. They're just working through that in committee because it's not something that's been allowable in the past, but they want that because of this grant coming through this year. So,
and it would be something that would be a benefit to our county regardless of who does it, to really see like what areas that we can improve our association with.
Did you tell us how much the assessment was?
so to have the professional one,
Was
it
what,
sounds like about
50?
50,000.
50?
Yep. And I reached out to the company for a quote, and they did not answer, so I left a voicemail. So I'm hoping that they get back with me to actually give me a better quote on that. But again, we're hoping that the state will use some of this RHTP money to cover those needs assessments, or that we can apply for other grants to cover this, and that we won't need to come and
Yeah, we'd
try to
have
figure out other
We
options.
definitely have to have some grant money for that.
Mhm.
So as far as the needs assessment, what's it gonna cover?
So the EMS system, so both, you know, the ambulance service and then the dispatch center. And then technically it could also kind of cover the sheriff's office as far as how they respond, because they're technically a medical response agency or whatever
Yeah.
they call it.
From my understanding of this company, like if we were to have them do it, they come out and they spend a week looking at your systems, they look at all of your buildings, they look at all of your equipment, they look at everything, they talk to all of your personnel and really get good input and feedback on like what needs to change or what you should use like this money for or whatnot. I reached out to Grand County. They had this needs assessment done by this company that we were looking at, and they strongly recommended them. They said that they were really good. They
It's not
really,
gonna be kicking a hornet's nest and then have
Mhm.
bring other things,
yep.
problems.
What do you mean?
Well,
I hope not.
We would hope not.
I don't know.
Did they give you a breakdown of how much money is actually gonna be available to like counties? I'm afraid the like health departments and Medicaid are just
So-
gonna suck all of it up.
There's already been 12 million allocated to DPS, which is the parent agency of Bureau of EMS. So there is 12 million coming there, with another expected 20 million to be coming a little bit later in the year. They're working through that. They have not actually released any like notice of funding. Well, they have 3 of them, but those are all clinic related. So roughly 32 million this year. Not exactly sure what it would be the other future years, but it is only rural health, so there's not there is a lot of agencies, but
so it
not a
goes
lot
up.
of the big agencies that would gobble up that money.
Yep.
And the Bureau of EMS specifically, the director actually reached out to us and said, we love what Rich County is doing. We love that you guys are using like the insurance program to incentivize people. We now have somebody that came here from Indiana that is, what's that called? What's that thing called? Where they basically can practice here. The EMS
Oh,
compact,
yeah.
that we're using the
Our
EMS
national
compact
registry
to help
compact
shore up our
license.
stuff and things like that. So they basically they've kind of got an eye on us and want to help us, and they see the things that we struggle with and want to help us however they can.
Okay, well, I appreciate you
Cool.
guys coming in and letting us know all this, and keep us informed what you hear from Dan and
Okay.
about the grant covering the assessment and stuff.
Yeah.
Apparently it needs to be done. Let's just, how we can afford which one.
I mean, there is a good chance we'll probably still end up having to spend something, but
Right.
hopefully, spend a little, get a lot back, kind of thing. So
So is there any match at all on the grant?
we don't know yet, at least through the Bureau of EMS. but
There's a lot of unreleased information.
yeah,
So
this is kind of a heads up.
this is, yeah, our
Alright.
heads up on what could potentially be coming.
They basically recommended start figuring out your needs assessment stuff, getting that all lined up, and then once you figure out funding for that needs assessment, be ready to just go.
So will the needs assessment also assess intangible things, like you guys need like a pipeline of, like a high school pipeline for EMTs?
Yeah, so there's kind of four main areas: workforce development, which would be that; technology innovation, innovation and access, which is actually not really related to EMS, and then making rural Utahns healthy. So they're like those are the four
Okay,
primary.
so we could also, they could be like, you need like an annual retention bonus for people that have been EMTs for like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years.
It is nice. It's not as limited as a lot of grants. It could actually
Yeah,
go towards things
Okay.
like that.
because it can go towards personnel, like it can go towards basically our whole agency as a whole, kind of whatever needs that we would have
Yeah,
deemed by our needs assessment.
With the caution that, 5 years.
It's not gonna be
Yeah.
ongoing.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. We don't want all of a sudden 5 years from now, no one gets a bonus and so they all leave or something, but.
yeah.
Well, I appreciate you coming in, and as an EMT, I agree with you, the pagers and the dispatch, and I would back you on pouring some money into that.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, but another county talked about that and I was like, oh, we need that too. That's a good, that would help us out a
Yeah.
lot, so.
And if we had a company come and do that needs assessment, they'd look at all of that and really say like, yeah, these are needs, these are not as needed, these are,
Okay.
so yeah, I think it would be very beneficial.
Anything else?
No, just keep us up in the loop, see where we're at. Have you reached out to this consultant that Grand County has mentioned?
That's,
Yes,
We left
yeah.
a voicemail.
Yep.
Okay,
My
So-
worried is they're gonna be slammed because everybody's gonna get this grant nationwide, so we're not sure.
that was,
Yeah.
I guess that was my question is, how soon could they do it? If,
Yeah.
what's the timeline on that, so.
Yeah,
We'll let you know
I'll
when we
let
know.
you know when they reach back out.
Maybe you'll have to reach out to that your second choice, kind
Yeah.
of just visit with them too.
Get some quotes and whatnot.
So Joey, real quick, I did look at the BRIC grant funding, and I think
Yes.
it's something we need to at least
Start
pursue,
looking at.
because it's April, so it can,
Well, I think we're too late for this year.
okay.
That's why I was kind of wondering if it's something, but I wanted to go through all the training this year if we're interested in doing it next year, so that I'm kind of ready to go next year.
So this could just fund like buildings, like maybe like a new operations center or
So
something?
critical infrastructure
Yeah.
that, well, and it
It-
can be for new building, I
As
think
long,
there's-
it can't be for a jail, but it can be for like
Yeah,
a dispatch or a,
yeah. I think the preference is old buildings that aren't seismically sound,
yeah.
that might need to be replaced and things like that, so.
Okay.
I will look at that. Do you guys need any help with that other dam project too? Cause hazard mitigation grants, I can look at that stuff too. I don't know what's going on with that. I didn't even know there was.
I don't know
I
enough
got told
about
there
it.
was no hazard mitigation projects in the county, so.
There isn't at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is, no.
No. Sounds good.
Alright, thank you for your time.
Thank
You guys
you.
are awesome.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
coming in. And thanks for your work all the time. Okay. We're late starting a public hearing. Want to come up, Ben?
Sure.
Superintendent?
Good to see you guys.
See you. Thanks for driving up.
You bet.
Thank you for coming.
Bill.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I guess I'm standing, so I'll shake your hand, Sheriff. My hand is freezing.
Morning. So you guys got warm hands. Nice for
Weston. Feel weird.
Okay, guess I have to entertain a motion to go into a public hearing.
Second.
Okay, moving second, we go into a public hearing for a resolution to approve interlocal agreement to place a school resource officer in Rich County's school districts. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. Can I bring you up to speed real quick?
Please do.
Okay, so, and correct me if you've gone through this quite a bit. Utah State Code, it's Title 53G. There's a statute called School Safety Needs Assessment that requires each school district annually to perform, or maybe every couple of years, to perform a school safety needs assessment, and it specifies what that is. And it requires these school districts to determine what their own safety needs are, and then under subsection 2, it states that the school district shall ensure that each school within the district has the following safety personnel. One is the school safety and security specialist, which I think is Brian Toomer.
Correct.
Is Brian here today?
He's not, he's at a
Okay.
guardian training.
Oh, okay.
To finish more of this stuff.
So they have to have the security specialist, which is Brian Toomer, and then based on the results of their own needs assessment, they have to have at least one of the following, and it gives 3 choices. One is a school resource officer, 2 is a school guardian. You guys familiar with the new guardian program?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've talked about
Okay.
it a little.
And then 3 is an armed school security guard. So they have to meet their needs through at least one of those 3 things. And then the statute says that the school district can use a school resource officer, and that they shall, if they do that, they shall contract with a local law enforcement agency to provide school resource officer services. And then it wouldn't be a state statute if it didn't go through with multiple pages and say exactly what that contract has to include and look like. And so my understanding is that the school district has done the school needs assessment and would like to meet those needs through a combination of guardians and having one school resource officer.
Correct.
Either of you guys want to specify, or maybe explain more about what that would look like?
Well, I can if you want. Well, we're getting some guardians trained. Is it 5 that are still in? So 5 guardians, between the different schools, we'll have those in place. And what we are working at this point is to get one school resource officer to go back and forth between the schools. When they can't be in one school, the guardians will be there, and vice versa. If they need a day off or they get sick or whatever, we'll still have the guardians there. But we do want to get an SRO in there to assist with filling these requirements and keeping kids safe. I realize the guardian program would do it, but I think it would be better if we had an SRO, at least one for the school system here. Anything else, Dale?
No, we've spent a lot of time talking with the sheriff, and I think it would best meet the spirit of the statute as well as the safety of the kids to have somebody back and forth. The training that our people have gone to has been much more extensive than I anticipated it being. I thought they'd just have a little training, but it's been a lot. So we're there, but we're still not. We're educators. We're not law enforcement, and they're doing it because we've asked them to, not because that's where they're comfortable. And I think having a resource officer would be very good. We had written up an MOU, and I think the county attorney very astutely thought it would be better as an interagency or interlocal agreement. He's looked at it, our attorneys looked at it, we're comfortable with it, the commissioners are, and our attorney's comfortable with it as he went through and revised it.
Do you each have a copy of that proposed agreement?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you want to go through some of the key terms together?
Probably so.
Okay. All right, so if you turn to that proposed agreement, I'll try to just hit the high points. That first paragraph under the heading, this is an agreement between the Rich County School District, Rich County, and the Rich County Sheriff. It's kind of curious, the statute says the agreement should be between the school district and the sheriff, but it really implicates Rich County funding, and it seemed like normally as an interlocal you would have it with the, so I included all three parties. We can skip through recitals, they are just routine. The purpose of the agreement is to create the school resource officer program as a collaborative endeavor, clarify the relationships, and it says the desired outcome is to reduce youth-related criminal activity on or about school property. And then let's go to page 2, the goals and objectives. These are things that the statute requires to be present. One of them, the goal is to establish a positive working relationship in a cooperative effort to prevent juvenile delinquency and assist in student development. 2 is maintain a safe and secure environment on campus, which would be conducive to learning. 3, promote positive attitudes regarding law enforcement and society and inform students of their rights and responsibilities as lawful citizens. 4, implement and strengthen programs that will benefit students, schools, the district, and the community. 5, develop positive relationships with students, parents, faculty, staff, administrators, and other stakeholders involved with or affected by schools in the community. And 6 is provide a safe, inclusive, welcoming environment for students, staff, and all involved with the district. The statute requires that really the school resource officer job, it's not just like an armed guard, where you're standing by, but that it requires these contracts to kind of have the school resource officer be part law enforcement, part maybe mentor, and it requires this agreement to specify things so everyone's clear, when will the officer get involved, when will the officer not get involved, who's responsible for what discipline, when does the school resource officer get involved. So we'll see that coming up here. Under section 3, subsection 1, the sheriff would agree to provide one SRO who would rotate between the district's campuses. My understanding is we have 3 campuses, if we include the virtual and technical campus. That the sheriff would select the SRO in consultation with the district, and that both parties would periodically review how it's going, how that SRO is doing. In the event the SRO is absent from work, the sheriff would provide a substitute at his choice. The parties acknowledge and agree that the SRO may be called away from the schools to respond to emergencies elsewhere in the county as deemed necessary, so everybody agrees that if there's an emergency, the SRO could be called upon to leave. The SRO remains an employee of the sheriff's office and not an employee of the district. And under the command of the sheriff, compensation, section 4. The idea is that the sheriff's office would pay the salary of the SRO within the normal guidelines of how deputies get paid. The sheriff would cover costs, including benefits, payroll taxes, workers' compensation, benefits, work vehicle, uniform, training equipment, everything else. And that the district would reimburse the sheriff, and then you see that blank there, that's the one term that's not been negotiated. Blank amount for the fiscal year 26-27 as a one-time payment, and then for subsequent years, the parties would meet and confer, and they could have just a simple MOU each year or anything to establish what that payment will be.
Should we set it like a deadline on when that meeting is? Like they will meet by, I feel like if there's no like date when this meeting happens or before, it probably just won't happen.
Yeah, great idea. What would the school think about?
Like for subsequent years, the parties will meet and confer to agreement on that year's payment. Now their budgeting cycle's opposite of ours, I think. So I don't know when that would be, but I don't know, what do you guys think it'd be smart to have a time when we actually met to discuss?
Probably pre their budget.
Your budget summer?
July 1.
Yeah, and so
It's
as you're,
approved in June,
I was gonna say, so as you're working through your budget, we probably ought to have that,
so
you
I
know,
would say
that,
April or May, we would,
Okay.
and that would be after the legislature, so that would mean you would know if there's any funding coming for that upcoming year. So,
So if we said meet each year by,
I don't know that that even really would need to be called out there. I think it would be an issue of just, cause if we put a deadline on there, if anything, it would be, parties will meet and confer to agreement on, that year's prior to the school district's budget approval.
Yeah, cause then it could be done anytime, you know.
so if we
as
just
soon
said
as you put
prior
a
to.
date in, then if you miss the date, then you're
Yeah,
out of
that's what I
compliance.
say, I don't know, we want to be tied down to that, so.
So if we said that they would meet each year prior to the school district's, budget deadline,
Yeah. Perfect.
and then, I think that could just be done through an MOU, like, you know, for this next school year, we'll continue the agreement for X number of
Yeah.
the payment. Okay,
I wanna go back when it said if someone was missing that there would be a replacement. Can we put there to include but not limited to the guardians? Because if I get a SRO that's sick and I don't have anybody to put in there, but we still have the guardians in place.
Number 3 on 3 there, just as an event that the SRO is absent from work, a substitute will be provided by the sheriff's office.
I was thinking about that, and
You could just say that school will be notified that you're gonna be absent, so they can,
because there may be a time when I could put somebody in there, but we do have the guardians, and I don't anticipate it being a frequent issue with the SRO being gone unless he gets sick or there's an emergency in the family or something, but.
Well, or even an emergency in your department. I mean,
Yeah.
If you've got an issue where, you know, you've had to call all your officers, you know, out for some type of an incident, you know.
I wouldn't have anybody to put.
Right.
in.
I would be more worried about one of your deputies being sick and then the SRO needing is on vacation or something, you know?
I think
Two things at
that's-
the same time.
From the district perspective, you know, if it's a day thing or somebody's sick, that's one thing. If somebody's got a pre-planned vacation, they're gonna be gone for a week or a week and a half.
And the
If-
guy that was
if-
gonna fill in also got sick, you know, that's.
Well, it would be nice in that situation if at
Be
least the
notified.
plan was that somebody
To
would be
have
there,
somebody in, yeah.
so that it's not, you know, anymore that happens more. So I think filling in day at a time or emergencies is one thing, but it'd be nice to have a plan in place that if the officer's gone, that there's at least a
Somebody
attempt to
step
have a
in.
rotation in.
So the language right now is in the event the SRO is absent from work, a substitute would be provided by the sheriff's office. Sounds like if it's a scheduled vacation where the SRO is gone, that you would plan to tap another deputy to go handle it.
Yeah,
But I guess the issue is if he's sick, or the
or
SRO
we
is sick.
have the emergency where we're all needed somewhere else. If
I think
pull
that's
the
I
addressed
think
in
the
number 4.
emergency is under 4, yeah. So I think we're just talking about if the SRO is sick and can't come in that day and you don't have the resources to send somebody, in that situation, what would the school expect?
Well, I guess it would be as available and a good faith effort that would be a
And we
priority.
definitely could make that effort. I just not sure I wanna be pinned completely down in case I got. 'Cause
Right.
If we just specified the subsection 3 is that the sheriff would make a good faith effort
To provide a
to
substitute.
provide a substitute if at all, if
Yeah.
feasible.
That's probably good.
Yeah, that would cover it, cause most of the time, we're probably gonna be able to do it, but if there comes an incident where we couldn't, I don't wanna,
Okay.
again, be screwing with the MOU, so.
Okay. So that takes us to section 5, general duties. This is where we're seeing the things that the statute requires to be in, and you're gonna see that hybrid role for the SRO, that the SRO is acting not as a traditional law enforcement officer. So here we see the SRO is responsible for the following general duties, follow the National Association of School Resource Officers triad concept, which means that the SRO served as a law enforcement officer, an informal educator, and an informal mentor, to provide for and maintain safe, healthy, and productive learning environment, including emphasizing restorative practices to address negative behavior, assist the principals in developing plans and strategies to prevent and or minimize dangerous situations on campus. 4, present programs on various topics to students as requested by the school district administration. Topics may include a basic understanding of laws, the role of law enforcement, drug awareness, anger management, the mission of law enforcement, or other requested topics by the district. Walk the halls on campus during passing time and the cafeteria during lunch. 6, standing near the main entrance and greet students as they come into the building in the morning and be visibly present near the exits in the parking lot when school is dismissed. Be visible at recess times. 8, walk the school campus perimeter regularly. 9, act as the liaison between the district, the schools, and the sheriff's department. 10, address crime and disorder problems that impact school safety occurring in and around the school. 11, be present at the school during regular school hours or have alternate coverage arranged. Improve school climate through positive mentorship, and fostering positive relationships within the school community. 13, support all students and promote educational opportunities for them. 14, collaborate with other SROs to come up with solutions to problems pertaining to school safety within the district. 15, attend interagency meetings as needed. 16, testify in court proceedings and administrative hearings as needed. 17, attend regularly scheduled departmental training necessary to maintain peace officer certification. 18, act as a positive role model to students. 19, work to create a cooperative, proactive, and problem-solving approach between the parties. And 20, teach a vocational law enforcement class approved by the Utah State Board of Education as agreed upon by the sheriff and the district. And it just goes on, let's see, 21, serve as a member of the school multidisciplinary threat assessment team. 22, present to students, faculty, staff, and community members regarding crime prevention, substance abuse awareness, social media safety, healthy relationships, crisis response, other topics at the request of the administration. 23, respond to emergency calls for services within the school, on school property. 24, help develop school policies that address criminal activity and school safety. 25, investigate criminal conduct that has taken place within the school and on school property. 26, serve as a critical channel of communication between students, parents, faculty, staff, and local law enforcement agencies. 27, work with school and the district administration to ensure the proper data collection reporting as outlined by statute. 28, collaborate with the school and district administration to connect students with other community interventions available in the local area to support those exposed to violence or trauma. 29, provide as needed responses to routine disciplinary matters with immediate referral to school administration. And this is one of the limitations, but refrain from enforcing discipline or being responsible for requests to resolve routine discipline matters. Follow up with the violation of school rules or policies falls under the responsibility of the school administration unless criminal conduct is suspected. So the SRO won't be involved with classroom routine disciplinary matters. 29, be present on the district's campuses each day school is in session with students usually 4 days per week. It is expected that the SRO will be present in the 15 minutes before school to greet and watch over students arriving, and during the 15 minutes after the school ends to watch over students as they depart.
And just to interject there,
Yeah.
I appreciate those 2 time frames being involved, because it's very likely if something were to happen, bus loading and unloading is a very vulnerable time. We're much more vulnerable during those those time periods than we are
Yeah.
when our doors are shut.
Yeah.
I think that's a critical piece that they're available during
Is
that
15
time.
minutes enough?
Uh,
How soon does the bus get
they
there?
get, that would be right on, the bus gets there about 7:45 and school starts at 8, so if they were there at 7:45, they would be okay, and I think that's, again, the 15 minutes is mainly bus loading or unloading, and that would be very, very helpful.
Maybe 5 or 10 minutes prior to look
Scope
around the
area.
parking lot and scope it out.
Because how many hours is that school day actually anyway, Dale?
Just a little over 7.
So they got there half hour early and left a half hour late, then it'd be close to
They
what
have
we
their
need
8 hours.
for their 8 hours anyway.
Do you wanna change that 15 to 30 minutes?
That's up
I
to you.
think
That
so.
would be nice, especially as Commissioner Weston points out, the scoping out the. what's
I
going
think
around.
that would be good,
Okay.
cause it's
Well,
only a 4-day week anyway,
There's
so.
also kids arriving that are not on the bus, that's the
Yeah.
thing, I mean, kids are gonna start arriving, cause parents
the
drop
bus,
them off
yeah.
too, so I mean, it's not like they all come on the bus, so.
I'll make that change. If we now turn to section 6, this section is also statutorily set out, just defining the obligations. It talks about how the SRO will handle records and what records they'll have access to. Let me have you skip to subsection 9. As to school policy and code violations, the SRO will take the student to the administrator's office for discipline to be taken by the school officials. The SRO shall confer with the designated school administrator to resolve issues related to offenses that are a minor violation of the law. They would not violate the law if an adult committed the offense. Such offenses may include the possession of tobacco or alcohol. So the idea is that those would remain in-house, dealt with, and that was at the request of the school district. That you would have kids with minor violations, statutory violations, and school rules violations that would be kept in the school and dealt with the way the school normally would do it.
So if a kid brings alcohol to school, they don't want the SRO sending them to juvenile court.
Yeah.
It is, the school could choose to,
I'm
under
not
this
sure I
contract.
agree with that, but if that's what the school wants, we'll live with it.
Well, I think the thinking in that was, and when you bring the alcohol and tobacco into it, it's a little more. But, trying to deal with some of those things without having criminal record, and I realize juvenile court's not criminal record, but still, now, if the principal wants to push it, then we can push it. It just wouldn't make it so that resource officer was obligated to do it before we had a chance to talk with the
Maybe
principal.
like a
and
one-time
parents.
perp walk would fix the problem for some kids. You know?
Well, you know,
To
again-
the administrators, you know, the cop is taking me to the principal and they're gonna let me off and I'm never doing this again. But then you have a serial, you know, violator that you could
And
escalate.
that's available now, you know, to go to
Yeah.
press it through law enforcement to the, but this, if you had it in there that they had to follow that, then it would take the parent and the principal out of the loop and force that, so. Again, we could live with it if the county's not comfortable with that the other way. Felt like that would just make it a little more,
And so the way 9 is written right now, all it requires is for those minor offenses that the SRO confer with the school administration to decide what to do. If the school administration, right now as it's written, says, yeah, this is a problem, take him off or ticket him or refer it to juvenile court, that's still an option. The only thing that's mandatory under 9 is the conference with school officials to confer. You wanna leave it or do you,
Yeah.
does it bother you?
If the schools, I mean, we wanna work with the school, we wanna, but, and it's already said, if it's a serial thing, then obviously we wanna do
Right.
something a little different.
Okay. Let me have everyone turn to section 14, which is the next important one. An arrest of a student may occur on school property or school-sponsored activities when the SRO has probable cause to believe that a student has committed a crime that, and then this is you have 5 options. 1, poses a real or immediate threat of injury to an individual or the public. 2, constitutes property damage. 3, involves the possession or use of a controlled substance or a weapon. D, would constitute a felony offense if it were committed by an adult. Or E, when the arrest is necessary to execute a warrant that cannot effectively be executed outside of school hours. And so anything else that's not on that list would not be expected to have an arrest, but maybe a citation or referral or school discipline. 15, the SRO will notify parents and the applicable school administrator anytime a student is arrested or issued a citation. It goes on and talks about having parents in interviews when kids are getting questioned.
Which is state law, so
Just, yeah.
we have to do
Some
that
areas of
anyway.
state law. Subsection 19 is important. There's kind of an interplay where under the Fourth Amendment, school administrators have one set of rules and law enforcement has another set of rules. And 19 just specifies that, I'll just read it, the SRO may conduct or participate in a search of a student's person, possessions, or locker when there is probable cause to believe the student has committed or is committing a criminal offense. That's the rule for law enforcement. The SRO shall not ask the school administration or the school employees to search or interview a student to circumvent these protections. That's also the current law. A school administrator may conduct a search of a student's person, property, or locker if there's reasonable suspicion, which is that lower standard that applies to teachers and administrators. And so it just specifies that each party will follow their own rules and not ask the other one to act to violate that. Training under section 17 just requires the sheriff to make sure the SRO maintains post status and complies with the required trainings. Section 8, dismissal. In the event the superintendent of the district or any principal to which the SRO is assigned feels the SRO is not effectively performing his or her duties and responsibilities, the district shall contact the sheriff within a reasonable amount of time. After receiving the information from the district, the sheriff will meet with the SRO to address concerns and a course of action. The course of action may include remedial training, conference with the district to mediate concerns, or dismissal from the SRO program. The sheriff may dismiss or reassign the SRO at any time based on the needs of the sheriff's department or the district. Section 9, the duration. The agreement will begin when all parties have executed it and shall continue for 3 years from the effective date unless terminated by either party providing written notice to the other within 30 days. I was just going to ask, is it the 3-year important, or do you want to have it be year to year unless terminated?
I don't think the 3 years is important, but
We could leave that 3 years and renegotiate and have a new interlocal in 3 years, or we could write that year to year until terminated by either party. It's anybody have a preference?
I don't really have a preference. Currently, we'll be dealing with a different superintendent anyway, so.
Okay. So that's the agreement. The school district also is required by statute to hold a public hearing, and yours I think is after ours.
will be our next board meeting's on the 15th.
The 15th, okay. And so the only term that is left blank is subsection 4, subpart 2, which is the payment for 2026, 2027.
And we would offer $90,000. We budget $90,000 in for that school year, and we sheet yearly after that.
I don't think I have a problem with that, do you guys?
I don't, no.
Hopefully, there's some grant money, but, you know, when this all started, now that grant money's flowing away, but either way, we'll find some money to help.
Okay.
Well, making promises, I'm not even gonna be around.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Easiest promises to
But realistically, this is something we have to do, and we've gotta find money too, so.
Any comments from the public? It's a public hearing. Rob, what do you think?
Sounds like a good idea.
No public comment? Patrick? Is anybody online?
Nope. People online, but no comments.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
Okay. Motion to move to go back in the commission meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Alright,
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I make a motion that the chairman sign, the resolution 26-1 to approve an interlocal agreement to place a school resource officer in the Rich County School District.
second.
Okay, so there is a resolution. I've written down the changes that we discussed today. If you wanna enact the resolution authorizing, the commission to sign that, I'll just make the changes today, email them to the chairman and the school district, and then you can print that copy.
So
That copy, can you add
We
our
did-
attorney? Your-
I did, yeah,
I've
that's,
done
you
that.
have an older copy.
Okay.
Yeah.
we didn't make any changes in the resolution itself, did
The
we?
resolution only authorized signing the agreement, so
Okay.
you can do the resolution today.
Right, and then,
And then I'll get you the interlocal that has the changes that we discussed today.
that's fine.
Can we approve the interlocal agreement with the pending changes, or do we have to actually have the?
I
Cause
think,
we have the 90,000, we have the few minor changes.
I think with this exact language that, maybe I'll just read the exact language so that you know exactly what's gonna happen. One change would be 90,000 under section 4, subsection 2 for the payment for 2026, 2027. The next is subsection 3 that will then read, for subsequent years, the parties will meet and confer, will meet and confer,
Meet and negotiate.
meet and negotiate.
Funding for the for that
Coming
year,
year.
coming school year.
For the upcoming school year prior to the school district's budget deadline. And then I'll just have a paragraph that will say, this MOU can be simply attached to this interlocal agreement as an addendum, so that we don't have to have a commission, a new interlocal process with a public hearing. Does that sound good?
Okay.
And then I'll change the 15 minutes to 30 minutes before and after. And everything else I think stayed the same. So, subject to those changes being made later today, do you want to do the resolution today?
Yeah,
Well-
so that they can approve it in their commissioner, in their
Okay.
school board meeting.
Okay, so I'll make the motion that the interlocal agreement for school resource officer in Rich County School District is approved and signed by our chairman.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Alright.
Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Thank you.
So I will email you today a copy of the resolution and a copy of the up-to-date agreement with those changes that will have the signature.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks,
Thanks for coming in.
Really?
Really? Thanks.
Thanks. No.
Appreciate it.
Ben, Camille's making a copy of that for you.
Yeah, if I could take a copy, and then
Okay.
I will email you a copy of the local.
We're gonna miss our
And you
rocky
have to sign it.
lunch.
I sign it, and then
Might have to
one of the commissioners has to sign it.
move something to this afternoon. How about we can get Travis? Okay, next up is our attorney.
Okay, great. So the next item of business is, an ordinance, for campaign finance disclosure requirements. And let me, bring you up to speed on that one too. Utah Code 17-70-403, which was effective in November of 2025. So it's only been effective for a few months. It requires, it says a county shall adopt an ordinance establishing campaign finance disclosure requirements for candidates for county office and candidates for local school board officers that reside in that county. And then let me just show you that it's a theme today. That's the yellow I just read, where you have to get an ordinance, and then the rest of this is specifying what that ordinance has to look like. It's odd that they don't just do it by state statutes.
Yeah.
They don't give a lot of discretion here. So, and it go on to says the ordinance shall include, and then it's that several pages of requirements. So what this does, it does give you the option to be more stringent if you want to go that way. But it does specify the floor and the minimums that we have to have in the statute. So I emailed you all a copy of the ordinance that Summit County, Uinta County, Davis County all went through. And I think someone from the Lieutenant Governor's office recommended the Uinta County as being the best model. And so I kind of incorporated Uinta County and then the requirements that the state statute sets out. And so, do you each have a copy of that proposed ordinance in front of you?
I think so.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So, the way this is written, I tried to make it as clear as possible and as simple to follow as possible. And the terms I put in here are the floor terms required by statute. So, any place that we could go make it less burdensome, we went that way. So, if we just walk through that, it establishes a candidate as any person who has filed to run for county office or local school board. It specifies the definition for contribution, which includes gifts, donations. It includes in-kind contributions, and any goods or services that are provided for the benefit of the candidate at less than fair market value. All those things would have to be disclosed. Contribution does not include people volunteering their time or to like work on a campaign or normal loans that are issued through the normal course of business. Goes on and defines expenditure. You can read through that definition of expenditure.
Consider services provided by the candidate or to or for the benefit of another reporting entity. What is six saying?
6, I think, is like maybe there's a PAC or third-party candidate group, so
Okay.
things that you provide, the candidate provides to them, and then that they provide, like for your signs or to assist the campaign. So it would be a two-step, other than around the candidate
Okay.
providing their own. It just requires that if you're giving money or something to a third party for them then to use on the candidate's campaign, that still is an expenditure from the candidate themselves.
Okay.
Section 3 requires, this is campaign accounts. Candidates are responsible for establishing a campaign account that is used for all contributions and expenditures related to their candidacy. So they'd have to not be running it out of their own checkbooks or family accounts.
They have to establish an independent account, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Is that something that was new, or was that happening before
It was
before the
happening,
statute?
it's been happening, yeah.
And that's required by that state statute too. A candidate may not deposit or mingle contributions received into a personal or business account. Section 4 is the campaign finance report requirement. So this says that a candidate shall timely file with the county clerk full, correct, and itemized reports of all contributions and expenses as set forth in this section. The reports shall include the following itemizations. Number 1, the date and amount of each contribution and expenditure. 2, the name of the donor for each contribution, if known. 3, the city of the donor or recipient's primary location. 4, the name of the recipient for each expenditure. And 5, the purpose of the expenditure. Under section 4B, subsequently filed campaign financial reports shall contain totals from the last report, totals on the current report, and a cumulative up-to-date total. Subsequent reports shall not contain the itemized information supplied in prior reports. So what that means is, if there are multiple reports required periodically throughout a campaign, the first one has the itemized list of expenditures and donations, and then the subsequent ones will just have the amounts and then have new itemized, so you won't have to go through and keep itemizing each time. If no contributions are received or expenditures made, candidates must file a report to that effect according to this section. Section 5 lays out the timeline for filing campaign financial reports. Candidates shall report the candidate's itemized and total campaign contributions and expenditures on the campaign financial report to the county clerk. And have we, Annalisa, had a form we've been using for that yet, or
We do, yeah, and I'll need to modify it just a little bit
to bring it in compliance with this?
Yeah.
Okay. 5B lays out the deadlines. If it's a political party convention involving the candidate, then the first report has to be filed with Annalisa between 14 and 7 days prior to the convention for that candidate's elected office.
So this year, since this isn't implemented, we would just follow the state's default right now, and then once this is kicked in, then we start to follow this.
Yes. And then within 30 days following the convention. If it's a primary, again, between 14 and 7 days prior to that's a typo. That should say prior to the primary for the candidates. And if it's a general election, between 14 and 7 days prior to, and again, it should say the election for the candidate's elected office. If you go to the next page, when someone is seeking appointment to fill a vacancy, they need to make that campaign finance disclosure no later than 3 days before the day when the county commissioner or the school board meet to interview candidates. The next one, a county attorney vacancy in a county with 15 or more attorneys, and it has the requirement next to it. And the next one down is the county attorney vacancy in a county with fewer than 15 attorneys. And again, the person seeking appointment would have to file no later than the deadline for the candidate to submit an application to fill the vacancy. So when the person is putting in their letter of interest, they should combine that with the campaign finance disclosure. The next line down, candidates who are eliminated at a convention or through primary election or at a general election have 30 days following their elimination to make that report. If a candidate voluntarily withdraws, then same thing, they have 30 days following withdrawal to file that election report. Subsection C, all reports are available for inspection and are public documents, which go on the county website within 7 days. So we'll have to watch that, Annalisa, to make sure that they're going up. When the county clerk receives an application for a candidate seeking to fill a vacancy, the clerk will immediately send a copy of that to the body making the appointment, which would be like the commission or a school board, if it's on a school board position. E, if the candidate is the incumbent county clerk, the candidate shall file the required reports and provide a copy to the county attorney for review. So Annalisa, when you're running,
Which
you'll
is
send
now.
a copy to me. Failure to file a said notice may lead to the same penalties set forth in this section and state law. Section 6 is anonymous contributions. It's required that a candidate who receives a contribution that is cash or a negotiable instrument that exceeds $50 and is from a donor whose name is unknown shall, within 30 days following receipt of that anonymous contribution, disperse the amount of the contribution to the county treasurer to go into the county's general fund, or an organization that is exempt from federal income tax, so any 501c3 corporation. But a candidate couldn't keep an anonymous donation over $50. 7, public access to campaign financial reports. This just states that for grandma purposes, they are public, and that the clerk shall publish campaign financial reports as required by statute, which is getting them on our website within 7 days, and then I think you send them to the Lieutenant Governor's office as well. Section 8 is failure to file a campaign financial report. Failure to file a report is subject to consequences as set out in Utah Code, and those consequences in state law say it's an infraction, and also that the person's candidacy can be nullified, so they can be removed from the ballot. So it's kind of a big deal to...
They will be removed, or they just can't
Yeah,
be?
let me read you this language here. 1770-403, subsection 12 and 14. 12 just says failure to comply is an infraction, and then 14 says if a candidate fails to file an interim report due before the election, the county clerk may send electronic notice to the candidate and the political party of which the candidate is a member that informs the candidate and the political party that they are in violation and have 24 hours to remedy the violation, and imposes a $100 penalty. If the person or the party can rectify the problem within 24 hours, everything's good. But if not, it says the county clerk shall disqualify a candidate and inform the appropriate elections officials if the candidate has not rectified the problem within that 24-hour notice that we give them. And it just says electronically notifying them, so an email would be sufficient, but a phone call would probably be a great courtesy for them to get, where the timeline is so incredibly short. But it is a shall on disqualification, so. Kind of stiff, right? Any questions about that? Okay.
same as it's always been, isn't it? Pretty much.
Yeah,
Okay,
I guess we probably should have had it open into public.
No, because it's not a public hearing today.
oh,
Oh.
today's just discussion. I should
Okay,
mention
okay,
that.
got it.
We have to have a public hearing to pass this,
Yeah.
so.
I don't have any questions.
I'd move that we put it on, next month's agenda for a public hearing.
Second?
okay, moving seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Right.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, Annalise, I'll help you get it noticed up for a public hearing in May. Okay, great.
So, as soon as we can get a copy of that study, for the irrigation company, we'll get that to you.
Sounds awful. I was hoping you'd forgotten.
Yeah.
When you get me that document, do you want me to just, is there one of the three of you that's the point person I could just call?
Probably Bill.
Yeah, it's in Woodruff.
I'll get you one. And Bill, did you send me an email on that didn't come through? Are
I
you using
did.
that wrong email address still?
I might. So what I saying was an email that just had this, agreement. It's not that great big thing. It was just this agreement that they wanted us to.
But there's a lot of things in here that concern me too. So look at it close.
Like that bother you or
Yeah.
that
Well-
interest you?
No, that bother me.
Okay.
Well, you know, we're co-sponsors, but if you're co-sponsor, I don't know that dismisses us out of, you know, I guess we just need to make sure that we're not taking on, any more than just a clearinghouse for the funding that's gonna come through for this,
Okay. Is this the copy?
yeah,
You want me to just take a copy before I leave today?
sure.
Oh, it's a lot.
No,
Let me
it's
just,
not.
I can, do you want me to forward it to you?
Yeah, why don't you forward it to him and then I'll have it electronically.
Okay, that's good. I'll give you guys, do you wanna be on this?
Yeah,
On there? Okay.
yeah, I
I'll
got a
call
few
all three
calls.
of you when I go through it. Okay,
Alrighty.
last item is quick and requires no decision today, but just an FYI, and that's the county attorney vacancy itself. Nobody did file for, the county attorney position. The term that I'm fulfilling will end in January of 2027, and so you don't have to do anything fast. The procedure that you would follow, you could make the decision anytime before maybe October of this year. But I just wanted to go through with the statute and let you know what the decision is that you should make by October at least. So this statute is 20A-1-509.2. When there's a vacancy in the county attorney's office, we send written notice out to every attorney who is a member of good standing in the bar and who resides in the county. And then they have, I think it was like 10 or 7 days to respond back with interest. So Annalisa has done that, and we have one local attorney who has provided a letter of interest back.
And then yesterday he
He
withdrew.
withdrew.
He withdrew?
Yeah, he sent a letter of withdrawal.
And
Oh, well,
if
that
we have
changes.
questions for him, he's happy to answer those, but he
Okay.
did withdraw.
So then we have 0. So then the next thing, the decision that the county has to make is you need to decide whether you want to then open it up to attorneys who don't reside in the county. And if you do, we would like put that on the website or something for a number of days and collect any applications that came in. I would put my own application in. And then the commission will interview candidates, look at their campaign, financial disclosure documents if there are any, and then you need to make that appointment by the end of this year. So that's kind of the next step. And if you've at least looked at it by, well, the first decision is whether to open it up to attorneys who don't reside in the county. And that you probably want to do at least by October so that you have time to put it on the website, collect applications, and hold interviews, and make a decision, which has to be done by December 31st of this year, or the position will be completely empty.
Okay.
So, you don't need to decide that today, but that's a decision that you do need to make by October.
Okay,
Okay?
good.
All right.
Well,
So that's all of my matters.
There's none in the county, that's an easy decision to make, the first part of it, so.
Did you say why he withdrew?
He said he was, no, he didn't get into it,
Just
but he said
looked
he
too
could
crappy.
answer questions.
Probably had to do with Bill's binder.
He said he had enough time to make the decision, so before he was at least trying to meet the deadline to say I'm interested, and then he's taken the time to make a decision.
Okay. And I'm gonna look at this binder too before I decide. All right. Well,
All
thanks for your
right.
time.
Yeah, thank you.
So, you'll get me
Yes, it's on my counter.
resolution, and I'll get you the interlocal, which you'll have one of the commissioners sign.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Awesome, we'll see you.
All right.
Thanks for coming up.
Yeah. My pleasure.
Okay. Rob, come on up. Sorry you've been waiting so long.
That's all right. I brought hard copies of the audit if you'd like one in front of you. I think you got an electronic copy.
Thank you.
Thank you. State code says that each member of the local substance abuse and mental health authority shall annually certify that he has received and reviewed the independent audit and have participated in formal interview with the provider's executive officers. That's what I'm here to complete, that formal interview. So I'll just take you through the audit quickly, and then if you have questions, we'll try and get those answered. On page I'll tell you the number, it's not numbered at the bottom, but page 5, so it's right before the numbered page 6, is the independent auditor's report. And that second paragraph, it states, in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the center as of June 30th, 2025 and 24, and the changes in its net assets and its cash flows for the years then ended in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. So that's, they're saying, is that it was a clean audit. And I'll walk you through a few highlights. If you turn to page 8, this is the statement of financial position, or the balance sheet, and it shows the assets and liabilities. One thing I'd like to point out, under the liabilities and net assets, the unexpended county funds, that $31,000 on the 2025, that is money where you have put more in your budget than we needed to match the 20% for the state. And that is broken out. Rich County is over 12,000 of that, 31,000. So even though you're the smallest county, you have the largest reserve in there, a large portion of that reserve. If we switch over to the next page, page 9, this is the statements of activities, or the income statement. You can see at the top, you can see the federal, state, and county funds that are broken out. Between the three counties, in 2025, the counties put in $599,000. That money matches those state dollars, those dollars that need that 20%, and then those state and county funds match the Medicaid revenue. And so that $600,000 approximately from the counties results in $21 million worth of revenue by the time it gets leveraged through those things. And it's kind of like an inverted pyramid. None of it could happen without those county funds. And that's what is the start of providing all of our funding for mental health and substance abuse.
So,
This is just mental health this year, but will be substance abuse in the future.
so Rob, on the difference in federal dollars between 24 and 25, was that for a specific thing, or was that eligibles? What was that?
What happened was we lost some, they filled in some of the stuff they were using state dollars with some lapsing federal
I
funds.
see, okay.
So that's what happened. The biggest increase, it's not a big increase here, but some of the state funds went down because they filled them with federal. The biggest increase in the state funding was some money for our receiving center
Oh,
that we started in on that
okay,
year.
okay, all right.
Then you can see down under the net operating revenue, the non-operating revenues, we had that 504,000. That was where the health department purchased our share of the Tremont and Garden City facilities, and now we're leasing from them. Our net increase or net income was 3.2 million. $1 million of that was that money that came through for the receiving center, which was purchased land, which didn't show as an expense this year. And then the money coming from the health department. If we flip to the next page, page 10, this is a statement of functional expenses. And this shows those expenditures broken out in a little more detail. You can see we are a service agency. A large portion of our expenditures are for personnel, just under 74%. And you can see that our management and general funds or our administration is just under 10%. If we go to page 24, this is the independent auditor's report on internal control and other government standards. And at the bottom of that page, that last sentence, given these limitations during our audit, we did not identify any deficiencies in internal control that we considered to be material weaknesses. However, material weaknesses may exist that have not been identified. And on the next page, page 25, the last sentence of that first section, the results of our tests disclose no instances of non-compliance or other matters that are required to be reported under government auditing standards. So I'm open to try and answer any questions if you have them.
So, as far as changes for next year, there'll be probably some pretty significant changes with substance abuse.
Yeah. So you'll see everything that's coming on from, you guys see the substance abuse audit and the health department's audit too. And it'll be all of those fundings from the state that come through the state, plus we're capitating Medicaid on the substance abuse side, which hasn't happened before. So there'll be a few million more dollars that are coming through from Medicaid with us being the prepaid substance abuse provider.
Interesting. Okay, any more questions?
And this is the thing that we bring each year. It's the certification that is signed.
Okay.
I got a motion.
I'll make a motion that we have, that we sign the certification of audit review.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Those opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you.
That's the fastest anyone's presented on an audit I've ever seen.
It's pretty clear,
I'm not
right?
complaining either, I'm just pointing it out.
It's much easier to go through them when they're clean audits.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. You do a great job, Rob.
Thanks.
Great
Commissioner.
job.
Appreciate you coming over and.
When are you gonna
presenting for us.
retire?
Sometime in the near future.
Are you?
Yeah.
You need any side work?
I think each.
All of them?
Yeah.
We all got a sign.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you do any outside CPA stuff?
I'm not a CPA actually. I got a finance degree and then an MBA. Morris, who does most of our general ledger accounting, he is a CPA. In fact, when I started, he was one of our auditors.
Really?
Hmm.
Well, it was a few years after I started, but he actually used to audit was one of the auditors of our firm.
Who's he with?
Peterson, Audit Jackson, yeah. Yeah. Thanks again for your support. It really is the basis of all of our funding.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rob.
Really good to see you.
Good to see you.
Okay, Patrick.
Chair's been made from nuclear blast, but my rear end wasn't.
Yeah. Go ahead and state your name and business here for us, for the record.
Patrick Floyd, owner of Sun Beaches, Laketown. The reason I came to present this today, and I apologize not having staples, so you get what you get, is I get a lot of time to stand and look at traffic nearly kill each other in the summertime on that intersection in Laketown. I went and presented this to UDOT a couple years ago, a little bit more of an aggressive plan, and they really didn't like the plan because the old defunct building, the Crossroads Cafe, or that old service station, is listed on the EPA as having a buried fuel tank there. And Sim, you're familiar with that. So obviously that kind of killed the mood in that meeting.
Was that the main reason?
Yeah, they didn't want to deal with the plume and all that underneath it, so just the ongoing expense there.
And that's why the old building's still there.
Yeah, it would love to be blown over if it wasn't cinder block. But I've driven up to it a million times, and I keep on looking at it, and it kind of hit me that maybe we don't need to be as aggressive on that south side, as majority of the traffic, 8 out of 10 cars that come to the intersection in the summer comes from the lake or to the lake. And if you look at the first map there, you can kind of see, I drew those red lines are property lines, existing, and then kind of a proposed kind of road there. And if you can see, if there was a right turning lane, we would actually just be able to touch, and those are 12-foot lanes, by the way. This is Google Earth measuring. I didn't take a measuring tape out there, so forgive me. I think it's possible to do that intersection without even touching Ted's little defunct building there on the south side there. With that, obviously coming from the lake, it would be great to have left and right turning lanes, but also straighten that intersection so we don't have as many possible near misses, which it is. I mean, I don't ride my scooter to work anymore because I've nearly been creamed a couple times. And I nearly got in an accident with people pulling out last year as I went 30 miles an hour through it. But if we were able to straighten that road, in that intersection, it's a real opportunity where that land is still vacant and the defunct building sitting on the other side where we don't need his permission to take land we already own. And I'd be willing to buy the subset land back for whatever the county or whoever does that to move the road over a little bit. If we wait to do it and we let people build on that other corner, we're never going to have a good situation. We'll never be able to. There's just not enough room without taking some of that intersection space back. So that's why I come to you guys, because Laketown owns the road and yet doesn't own the road, and the county owns the road and yet doesn't run the road, and I don't know who to talk to except for getting everyone on the same page. And maybe we do it before it's all developed.
So I think the county owns both sides of or at least we're in charge of both sides of the road. That's correct, right? Up to the park.
The road easement.
And this, doing this, we don't have to, D's doesn't get bothered at all. They can keep their existing space and doesn't interfere with their space coming off the road at all.
Does Tyler own that now? Who owns it this week?
I don't know. It doesn't update fast enough on Onyx. It's probably 3 years since it's been updated. I don't know who owns it. It changes hands a lot.
Must be tighter, because they put a lot of sprinklers and it had no water rights on it. I thought Nick put those sprinklers on.
I thought
Well,
Nick did
he's
too.
been running it for, maybe Nick owns it, but.
I have no idea. I tried to keep up and I finally lost interest after the third time.
Cause that's your determiner, if you get his land.
Well, and that's, you know, an iron fist of we need to fix the intersection or not. And that's the government to determine.
I'm not big in government taking private land away from people.
Yeah, that's gonna be the biggest hurdle of this plan.
Yeah.
But,
But if he's willing to sell.
But if he's willing to sell and do
Yeah.
that.
so when it comes to county roads connecting to UDOT, what's the approval process for that kind of, like if we had unlimited monies and we wanted to do something like this, are we just allowed to do it, or do we have to talk to
Well,
them?
it's not our intersection, it's UDOT's intersection,
Okay,
because of the fact that it intersects
the state
their
highway.
state highway.
Yeah,
So it would have to be a UDOT project, it wouldn't be a county project.
which slows things down quite a bit.
Well, that's just it, I mean, when you start realigning intersections, on a state road, that becomes a UDOT project. So what we'd have to do is work with UDOT, and I know Patrick's been to them before. I don't know, how long has it been, Patrick?
2 years.
So Rob White was still the Region 1 director. This discussion comes up every quarter when Dept brought it up as a mayor, and we just brought it up about, you know, can we lower the speed limit? Can we put a light there? You know, what can we do? And, you know, their solution was, well, let's lower it to 45 and we'll do enforcement. But that doesn't, you know, when you come on an angle, I mean, and it's hard to see back both directions, and, you know, people are parked, and it's very congested there. So what we'd probably need to do is see if we can get UDOT to put it on their priority list and do some design on it, through UDOT,
Yeah.
basically.
I'm not offended by you throwing out my Google Earth.
No,
It took me
no.
20 minutes,
No,
but.
No, but the thing of it is, it's, you know, the concept's good, it would be just a matter of trying to get them through the process to, you know, to straighten the intersection out, and I'm more than willing to go to UDOT and to the Highway Commission, you know, and say, this is a problem, and, you know, I mean, and it's a year-round thing, I mean, no matter what time of the year it is now, and, you know, we've got enough heavy trucks, you know, when they come out and they, you know, you can't see and they can't see, and then all of a sudden there they are, and you know, to be able to make a corner, or we're gonna have a fatality. We've all agreed that there's gonna be a fatality there before finally somebody goes, wow, gee, you know, we should have fixed that.
And I get scared because we get people that get impatient in that line, so they'll cut through my parking lot between the stop sign, cut our corner close, and they'll just peel out and throw rocks on people, and oh, it's crazy. And they'll just peel out, doesn't matter, they don't care. The other concern I had was, I know that John mentioned there's funding for the trail to come down to there, and I'm concerned we bring that trail down before that intersection has any place to put them. We just dump people there with no crosswalk, no straight intersection. Then we're gonna have kids, families, bikes, whatever, just dumping at that intersection if there's no good crosswalk, and they're gonna be part of that congestion. And like I said, I won't ride my scooter anymore into work, just because it's crazy. People just cannot see or do not see.
Yeah, there's probably no room for an extended right-hand turn heading into Garden City by some beaches, is there? Which is one of the main problems.
No.
Well, yeah, that's, you know, okay, so.
Because this plan doesn't solve that.
No, it would be, is there a right of way? I mean, you can see the line cut right across my parking lot. Yeah, I guess the state, if they really wanted to, could do it. I feel a little, how do I put it this way? I'd rather buy the land on the other side and facilitate that opportunity rather than myself or Dee's get, you know, our existing businesses cut off at the knees a little bit rather than a blank.
So you're saying this would this extra,
You would buy the green part?
I'd buy the green part.
would
yeah,
that allow
reciprocal.
the right-hand lane to take over your parking lot, or at least dive into it?
You know, it would be, I would have to, with that purchase, it would probably include having to put some sort of barrier, curb or whatever to get people to not do that.
Yeah,
And so it would be very, yeah, it's expensive on,
that's the only problem I see that this doesn't solve is that right-hand turn out of,
Cisco?
yeah. And the only way
and then we'd
solve
have
that's
to block
like-
it some way.
Yeah.
That would have to be, I don't know, it's an expensive problem. Curb would be the best, but
I mean, the fastest, easiest thing would be a stoplight, which doesn't make sense year-round, but
I'm afraid if you had a stoplight though, people are gonna walk up, or drive up, see the it turns green, pull out without looking at that truck that couldn't get stopped.
yeah, if it's come past the break.
I'm
Right.
nervous for that too. I've seen what happens to buildings in Bear Lake with stop signs.
Yeah, that's a difficult thing.
Well, I think we need to,
Right now, you look up the road, cause you know they're not stopping.
Yeah. Well, if UDOT gets involved, they will have some guys with some expertise who can probably come up with a solution.
You know, the biggest thing that they're gonna complain about, is about used a bad word there, is that fuel tank. And if we can somehow convince them to not touch it, you know, we don't need, I mean, it literally is 50 feet back from the highway that we actually go. We don't have to go, basically, you know, you can see on that, if there was a through lane or a right turn lane, it's literally to straighten that intersection could sit right where the stop sign sits now.
do we know where the fuel tank was?
It's out front there somewhere.
Is it out in front?
Probably about in front of that purple vehicle
I
or
think it's-
whatever it is.
I think it, yeah.
I don't think it's really on the
Yeah,
county
there's
side.
gas in it still.
It's,
Nobody knows.
and according to
You don't wanna dig down into it.
Dennis swears they took it out, but I don't know how far that affidavit would go.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why nobody will buy it, nobody will touch it.
Yeah, well, that is probably the next major intersection that needs to be dealt with. Cause even in wintertime, pulling out from like a school activity, it's kinda weird,
Yeah,
you know?
because you're turning right to turn left, and
Yeah.
trying to see. And I guess the biggest question I have for you all is how can I help facilitate this? What can I do to be an advocate for this? Because government's hard and it's, you know, 500 priorities, but
Yeah, we need to, we just need to probably push it forward as elected officials, probably, you know, I mean, like I said, every meeting I was in, Dept brought it up every time, you know, I mean, it was an issue that we're all concerned with, and so, you know, continue to bring it up, and we did get the signs that say, you know, that, and that was like pulling teeth to get the speed signs. It was like you'd have thought that we were putting great big marquees in, but,
Well,
and that helps a little.
my whole mayor, when I was mayor, I tried to get the speed limit lowered, and he got 5 miles an hour lower. I don't know how, because
That was like pulling teeth.
I screamed and it didn't do any good.
Yeah, that was like pulling teeth. But, you know, I mean, we did a little bit at a time. I think the best thing to do is maybe we just need to go right to the highway commission and say, we've got this problem, we wanna get it on the long-range plan. This is a problem that we've got to do, and this is the time to do it, you know, with this property, and see, we need to find out who owns the property. That'll be the first thing, cause are you gonna have to
Like
condemn it?
Patrick says, now before somebody builds something.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
and if someone were to build something there now, it would just be even worse.
Yeah.
Especially with
compound it.
you know, instead of 8 acres, there could be 16 lots of something going in there,
Yeah.
and that's a lot of congestion adding.
Well, we'll take that.
Probably the best thing to do is just follow up with us to make sure that we're still working on it, you know, at least remind us.
So I got a meeting, in 2 weeks, joint highway committee meeting, in which I'll bring it up, Patrick, and I think Rob will be there. And we'll put it on our agenda to have some discussion and see if we can, if nothing more, if we could get some money allocated towards putting some engineering design together to see what it's gonna cost to take and what those possibilities are. But I'll be glad to push this along as much as we possibly can. I got a good relationship with some of those that are on the Highway Commission, and I know I get on the agenda with them and just present that this is a priority probably for our county at this point in time, to get this done, or at least get it in the mix with this other project that we're doing. So let me just see what I can do.
You could probably at least gather some data, if there's any like near misses or like peak traffic times or, photos of problems.
There's been an accident or two there.
I would continue to just collect data that
So
Bill can provide.
Well, and we've got data, and we've got some traffic data because they put some counters on. That was one of the other things is they put counters on to count, and it was vehicle traffic, the daily traffic count, and they were supposed to do that, and I believe they did it through June and July.
For the miles per hour adjustment?
Well, it was yeah.
That's when they collected it.
That was one of the things, but it was on the agenda or on the schedule to be done anyway. So it'll give us a better idea of what those traffic counts are to help, substantiate how much traffic there were. And the other issue is, and we've hammered on them on other things, is the fact that when they start doing construction in Logan Canyon, it brings so much more traffic down Laketown Canyon. And it's not that they're stopping for you, it's just that let's go this way rather than spend an hour in Logan Canyon.
Yeah.
So, just spend an hour.
By the way, that has started.
Yeah.
Yes, it
Oh,
does.
it's a real joy.
Yeah.
Good thing there wasn't Starlink before they started.
Seriously.
Well, let's
Okay.
push forward. We thanks for bringing that into us, and let's see what we can get done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me know how we can help.
Thanks, Patrick.
Johnny.
Appreciate it.
Well, do you wanna be brief or do you wanna wait and do it after the break?
You guys tell me, I can fly through it pretty quick. I think it's more for you to chew on probably than,
We had wanted a little discussion about it when
yeah, so
last time.
it's up to you. Is it an hour-long break?
No, 45 minutes.
You better just come tell us real quick if it's fast.
I can just fly
Or you can come to lunch with us too.
Whichever you want, you choose. It's your time.
You guys wanna take the break? I'm good either way, so I do have a meeting at, I think, 2, so that's it. I've
Where
got
at?
2 hours in Garden City.
Well, we'll put you right at 1. You can do it and then we'll go.
Okay.
Is that okay, Sheldon, if we push you back?
You're gonna
Okay.
do 2:00.
We've kind of been behind
It's actually
all
online, so I
day.
could probably
Well,
sit in I might just grab a chair out here.
Should we adjourn for lunch?
Is it gonna be more than 15 minutes?
Maybe.
Okay, let's break. We'll come back.
You lost it again.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did it just power off maybe?
Bill's the guy. Bill's the guy.
Well, the light went from red to blue.
Blue's good.
Okay, so we're on HD9 3, that's what we were the other day. Actually,
Or are we on 2?
we were on 2, we were gonna switch to 3, but it come on 2.
You were on 3 and it was showing you.
Plugged into 3. Okay.
I'm gonna go back because you're the guy.
Okay, for some reason.
I've got to buy something that makes this easier.
I think that's what it is.
Every time.
Is what, the
Bad
cord?
cable maybe.
No, no. Not a bad cable. We can swap though, but
Is that the same kind of computer? Do you guys have the same power? Sometimes.
Oh, plug and power in.
Sometimes the power output when it's not plugged in.
Alright, let me try that.
That's what I'm gonna try. It doesn't work with open
Let's switch cables. Just
HDMI.
That's for
I'm
sure.
gonna go into 2.
That could definitely be it on the power.
you can just touch that tell. I can tell right now.
Thanks.
My 2 is what we're on now. Let's do this real quick.
Hey. Good thing we got it, John. That's
All right, I'll call Rich County Commission meeting back to order. Thanks,
Yep.
Travis, for being here.
Yes.
Gonna talk about the wildland urban interface, which will from now, today, till the end of time be known as WUI.
Yes. Definitely not going away, that's for sure. Let's see, I'll put them on. Municipal boundaries. Sorry, guys. There's county boundaries. Alright, and we'll have to kind of zoom in here. So, what we were gonna discuss today was how much the county wants to increase, or, so enforcing the WUI code. The county's got to, because of House Bill 48, the county has to identify a WUI zone and a place to enforce the new WUI code, which is gonna be the 2024 IR, or the International Building Code, Wildland Urban Interface is what that's going to be. So I gotta pull that up a little bit. Maybe we'll talk that first. So a couple things, this is it, and a lot of Class A construction, where this is really gonna probably be enforced is through the building inspector, most of this work, and then like new development. When the county selects this map, or comes up with this WUI map that they've got to decide on from House Bill 48, it's not really gonna have any effect on like existing insurance infrastructure that's there. It's gonna be more future infrastructure, businesses that would come online in the future, if they are in this WUI code. I can send all this to you guys. I don't wanna really spend too much time going through this, but yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. Talks about, let's see, where's some of the building codes? So it's gonna affect, this was one thing, like Class A construction, the difference is with this too, is they call it defensible space. In the old code, it was just like a 30-foot baseline, so 30 feet around any existing structure needed to be cleared out. This is calling for a higher distance on that in like extreme areas. So I guess the county really doesn't have a choice on this. Like, this has been passed down from the legislature. You gotta enforce this code. What the county has a choice in is where are we going to enforce the code. And that there are a couple sideboards with that. So we'll jump over to this. Does that make sense? Does anybody have any questions on that? Like, I hope I make.
He said 30 meters?
Yeah, so that's what this Risk Explorer is looking down to a 30-meter pixel. So it's gonna pick up, basically like start getting into brush, but if there's like one pile of trees that's like maybe the size of this room, it's probably not gonna pick that up. Does that make sense? So it's gonna be looking at a more broader scale. Let me turn this down just a little bit so you can see where we're looking. So maybe we'll go up by Garden City. So these areas in red are the high-risk WUI that's been picked by the state of Utah. This was the legislature that picked these zones, and this is the top 5%. If there is a fire that gets established in here, it's about, the structure's exposure score is as bad as it can be anywhere in the state of Utah. So these areas are like in the top 5%. So this, if we zoom in here, this would be Sweetwater Hill. You can almost draw a line, Valley View Drive, but all of those structures above there.
Can you show us the view with the satellite imagery so we can see the houses?
Yeah.
Just for, that helps me visualize it a little better.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
That's probably better. Do you want me to turn that down a little more? Can you see okay there?
Yep.
Okay. Maybe I'll turn off Garden City's boundary. So that's Garden City's boundary there, that white. Let me turn that off. Maybe that'll make things a little easier to see. So if we look here, if I highlight over these areas, so this is moderate exposure. Basically all of Rich County is in a moderate exposure if it's not a lake, if it's not the lake or like reservoirs, but basically everything is moderate exposure. So this is a 4 out of 8 scale. And then you guys can see that line, hopefully you guys can see that line, that's the 5, and they're saying that's high exposure, so we're getting up into quite a bit of risk. When you start getting into the 6, 7, and 8, yeah, like 8's as bad as it can be, 7's very serious, like if a fire gets established in there, it's gonna be hard to control. And then, like a 6, depends on conditions, but it's going to be definitely, but you guys can kind of see if I zoom out here, you guys can see that these, like the difference between a 5 and a 6 is a couple hundred yards generally. A lot of it has to do with elevation and the fuel type there. So when we start getting into a more brush dominated landscape is really where that starts to pick in. So if you you guys think about, you guys familiar with like Sweetwater Parkway coming along here? So there's the old sewer ponds coming up. I mean, this area through here, I'm kind of highlighting mostly grass, and it is kind of interesting as soon as the sagebrush starts. It's really when we get into that high risk. So the county has some options. We can go like worst case, like identify our WUI zones as like worst case. We could go middle of the road. The state has a sideboard. Everything that is a 5 needs to be included, or we cannot go less than 5, excuse me. So you couldn't include any of the areas 4. So that's one requirement. Anything high risk that they've identified as high risk needs to be in the county's WUI map, if that makes sense. So the truth of the matter is, we're really kind of deciding, I mean, it's, yeah, do we go like
So
6
do we-
or 7?
Yeah, I was just gonna say 7's probably too high. 5, we gotta be more than 5.
Yes.
So if you split the difference and we go to 6, that's probably gonna include, of course, all of 5.
Yeah, let's go, I'll go up here, like, so,
So Travis, can we draw the boundaries anywhere inside the 5, 6, and 7? Okay.
I think basically, yeah, that's right.
Because I was gonna say,
And that's the other thing we gotta remember is we wanna make this easily enforceable.
Yeah.
And I don't want like, so if, I come in or whoever comes in to get a building permit, you don't wanna make it so complicated, like, it should be, in my opinion, off of some road, or try to make it so it's easy to,
yeah,
like.
it'd be easier just to include all the houses of Sweetwater,
Yeah, exactly.
or all of Bridgerland, because if you go up there, you start getting those valleys. and
Yes.
It's like, let's just include all, just
Yes.
for ease,
Yes. Ease of enforcement, I think would be
Yeah.
good. And on the building inspector too, like, just so he knows, like, okay, I'm in and I'm out of it, and what's the best way to identify it. But that's kind of the options. You guys let's maybe go north of Garden City, kind of show you. I mean, this is like an area that there is a potential. Mitch, there was a potential to be developed north of that West Lake, correct? So he was kind of looking at it. So you kind of think about this. If we go to 6, or if we based it on more of a 6, like that development that we were talking about in particular probably wouldn't fall under this Wildland Urban Interface Code. Like if we said we're gonna go 6 and above, then we're more talking about, it'd be really close to where he was gonna be, but does that make sense? Because that's the only place this new code that the county has to adopt would be enforced, is where the county selects it in that map. So if we had somebody come down and wanted to develop, we'll say we set it at 6, come in and want to develop at 4 and 5, it would just be our normal standard regulations and codes. It wouldn't be this woo-wee, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So really just more, in like this area, it looks, to be at least a couple 100 yards wide right there, probably. There's a house there, so kind of a reference, so 300 yards wide, that difference.
So, what would be if someone's wanting to build a house, or what would be the cost difference to them if they fall in this high risk?
That's a great question, and I do think there is gonna be some significant costs. I know Class A construction has become way cheaper. A few years ago, like trying to build the Class A standards was very expensive. I do think a lot of the shingle manufacturers, and because this isn't just happening here, it's going on all over the country. So we're seeing a lot more building materials coming out, and it's been kind of crazy just doing lot inspections, the pre-construction lot inspections that I've been doing. Most of the guys are like, I'm gonna do Class A anyway, cause my insurance is gonna be cheaper.
Yeah.
So, but there is some cost for sure that goes in there.
We're seeing a lot of supplies being stamped as Class A now too. A lot of
Yes.
suppliers are
Lots
changing their
more,
standards.
Yes, for sure. I think that's definitely becoming more of a common thing.
Yeah.
Siding, you know, like a few years ago, like when vinyl was a big thing, vinyl, you know, had like, I can't remember but it wasn't a Class A rating, and I think now we're seeing more of that, like cement hardy board, stuff like that, that's becoming more popular. Even some of the metal exteriors, they're becoming more popular, that even got like wood grain and all these types of things that
Yeah.
we're definitely seeing. So there would definitely be an impact though to these lot owners, you know, if they're in this. And he did mention, so the other thing, this high risk is very interesting. The state selected these high risk areas, but there had to be so many homes and a good enough density that it picks this up and it identifies them. So like Swan Creek, this is all pretty high risk, but the homes are fairly spread out, and that kind of kicked them out of the state's high risk area. And that's what some of those questions I was asking about. So if we get all these lots developed, you know, next year, let's say they come in and build a bunch of houses here, is that gonna bump to high risk? And it probably will. Sounds like gonna be updated annually, the state's portion of this. And this isn't perfect, these models are definitely not perfect. But you do see, like, it's kinda interesting, it even picked up some of this stuff on the canal. You see that bill, like at the canal there in Garden City. Pretty interesting that it's picking up that green vegetation from the canal. It's looking at coloring and, yeah.
There's a lot of those places, there's, you know, the wells along the canal.
Yes.
It's just, you know, in certain times of the year.
Yes.
It's just, yeah.
And I mean, even
Kinda
Garden
see-
City's fish pond
Yeah.
identified that. So, I mean, it's pretty good, it's pretty impressive. But,
So, how long do we have to, before we need to tell you whether we're going to do the paper work?
Sixth or fifth or.
Yeah, I
If we
think-
want the state to do it?
oh, on that question, yes, so that's a great question. Yeah, I think like a month or two is what they're wanting to know. Yeah, so as part of this is the inspection process for the existing houses. Does the county wanna take that burden on, or just kick it down to the state? I thought it was kind of interesting that he was saying that the county's gonna be able to kind of bill what they see fit.
Yeah, that's a,
What are your thoughts?
since when has that been come true?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, I'm representing the state of Utah, but I guess my own honesty, I feel like that's kind of a,
You usually get what they give you, it's not what
Yeah.
you bill.
yes. So I definitely think, you know, I heard Weber County, I think they're gonna handle it all in-house. I don't think Cash has made a decision, and I don't think Box Elder's made a decision. The only one that I was aware of locally is Weber, I think decided they were going to do it in-house. What is interesting is Rich County does have enough of these, like, I mean, it's gonna be a workload for sure. There's going to be a workload. Yeah. I have mixed feelings about it. I could see it being good both ways almost, you know, that maybe there could be some benefit to have it done in-house, have an inspector, you know, go out and do it. And especially if it could bring some revenue and have somebody there. One thing I do worry about is if the state's involved in the inspections and we're not getting them knocked out in a timely manner, it's gonna be an interesting thing. And just with people, and are they gonna complain to the county? Probably.
And their insurance will be on their neck
Yes.
heads.
What, I mean, as far as, isn't there like some training that you gotta go through to do that assessment? And
Yes.
do we know how extensive that is?
They're saying that it's not gonna be too bad, that they think anybody with some fire background, building background, should be able to handle it fairly, and they're gonna provide all that. I know the state's gonna provide that to the county, if the county decides to do it, no matter what. And then I think, you're gonna really be pushing for uniformity on these inspectors. I think that's been the big message that I've heard, is they wanna make sure that no matter who comes out and inspects your property, you're gonna get the exact same results on that inspection.
That will be hard to do though.
I think so, and I'm interested to see this program, on how this inspection process will go. You know, the pictures and all of this stuff that's gonna be uploaded into this database and give you that A, B, or C rating, or 1, 2, 3, whatever they call it. It's gonna be a little interesting.
Well, that's my concern is if there's a training course so that, you know, everybody's learning the same thing, that this criteria is this and this and this, versus someone who, you know, okay, so they got fire background, but they don't have any building background, or they got building background and they
No
don't have
fire.
fire background. So you're gonna get two different results unless there's some consistent training for everybody to learn, you
Yes.
know, the baseline, I guess, so to speak.
Yes.
And that's the only way we're gonna have some consistency, is if everybody goes through the same training and uses the same
Yes.
baseline to establish what needs to be mitigated.
Absolutely, and it's like my biggest fear is that, you know, if you get two neighbors side by side with similar vegetation, and one gets the rating, and they're gonna talk to one another.
Oh,
right?
no, they never talk to them.
And he's gonna say, well, I got this rating and you got this one, like, there better be some good justification as to why that happened, or else it's gonna be a complete nightmare. And I'm just gonna be honest, but I do worry a little bit with the state. Are they gonna be having multiple guys just kinda rolling in and out? That's some of my concern, where like somebody that's here with the county could be here consistently, and if, you know, if they are willing to pay enough, and I guess in that contract that the county will negotiate with the state, I guess that's where the county could like make sure, okay, we're gonna have we need a vehicle, obviously, to get through these inspections, and that all is gonna need to be paid for, their time. And then the $1 million question, honestly, is how many of these people are gonna want inspections? You know, if all 400 or so residents that we have identified in this high risk, what's the percentage of them that are gonna ask for an inspection? I have no idea. I mean,
If they've gotta get online to request it, that right there, and it's
gonna cut it.
you know, I mean, you know, as much as we wanna push everything online and,
Yes.
and help everything, when it comes right down to it, you know,
But when their insurance goes skyrocket because of it, then they will.
I think so. And I think that's what we're gonna see as insurance companies say, like, have you got this rating? What is it? And, you know, our rates are gonna increase until they probably get that rating, and that's probably gonna push people to it. I think that's gonna be the biggest deal. And the inspections I have done have been mostly fueled by people concerned that their rates have tripled, quadrupled in the past year or two. And they're like, what do we do to get this rate down?
Yeah.
And I think that is
That'd be the driver.
the hardest part about this inspector too, is I feel like most of these homes are not in a place where you got permanent residents. So they're gonna be coming on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's when they're gonna it's gonna be hard to get inspections done in the middle of the week. Where like, if you were in a place where people were there year round. So that's gonna be another interesting challenge, I think, getting these inspections done. I know like most of the people, when they call me right now to ask like, hey, can you come and look at the property, give me some suggestions, you know, they wanna meet on a Friday or a Monday, and then just the amount of questions. I hate to say that, like, he was asking, well, how long is it gonna take, you know, and I think that's very debatable. Like, it's gonna be very hard to say you can do an inspection in an hour, in my opinion. I just feel like maybe, like, hopefully you can, but I know there's gonna be people with a lot of questions. And then those follow-up inspections, I would say every inspection that you're gonna do the first time, we're definitely gonna have a follow-up. They're gonna wanna do some work, okay, come back and see this. And his whole process about the phone, and there's gonna be a way to take the pictures and like self-certify, that's great, and I hope that is the case. But if it's, I just, how is that gonna work for the average, you know, homeowner on Sweetwater Hill? Like a lot of them I've dealt with, you know, they got some age to them, and I know like getting on a computer and uploading photos and all this, it's not gonna be easy. I don't think everybody's gonna be able to just easily do it.
Well, the other issue is they've got a lot, and, you know, they've got to do some mitigation on their entire lot. And they do one corner of it and send you pictures in and say, okay,
Yeah, do it.
I'm you know, here, I've done this.
Yes.
But yet, there's still 3/4 of the lot that
Hasn't been
creates
touched.
and, you know, that's the problem with not having
An inspector.
an inspector to come do a follow-up.
I think so too. And I mean, with artificial intelligence, I mean, people can do all sorts of test stuff with pictures and.
Yeah, it's getting worse and worse.
Yeah, and I don't know how that self-certification exactly gonna go, but it's gonna be interesting.
This whole thing is gonna be really interesting to see how we can play this out.
Yes.
When you say interesting, you mean a nightmare?
Yes, I think.
Yeah.
It'll be hard.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's an easy way about it.
Wow.
And then, the other question that I think it would probably be worth asking, and I was gonna bring this up to you guys, but Garden City's got a fair amount in there too. What will their plans be as far as the inspection process? Now, the way I understood it is it was just going to be probably county or the state inspectors, like the county would decide for the cities. But I need to verify on that. I haven't heard anything, but I was just gonna say, you know, if there's gonna be those houses in the city limits that are gonna need the inspection too, well, then maybe it makes more sense too to have the county, you know, do this in-house, I don't know.
Well, I think where the thing of it is, you got a fire district. The fire district includes the cities.
Mhm.
And so probably that fire district is going to have to be the mechanism of basically, whether you're in the county or whether you're in the city, basically that fire district, you know, maybe it's somebody that we use within the fire district that, you know, is part of the fire district so that we got some continuity, but they're readily available. But it's not gonna matter, that's the thing, fire doesn't care whether it's in the city limits or not. And where we've got the annexation, particularly the Garden City, up into those, up into those areas of Sweetwater and
Yes.
Ridgeland and those areas, I mean, those are our high-risk areas, so they're in Garden City, so it's kinda like, I mean, it's, and the other thing about it is that, the consistency with the building inspector needs to be very consistent as
I
well.
think so too.
So really, it's gonna be, we've gotta work together, and I don't, it's like Garden City's fire district, I mean, it doesn't matter where the fire starts, everybody responds to where it's in the city or the county, so
Yes,
we're gonna have to address it in that same manner, I think.
yes. Do you guys wanna look at anything on the south end of the county? I mean, really our high risk, I think we kinda talked about, so that one place, off the Monte Cristo Highway, and then, Deseret Home Ranch also got it. That's Deseret Home Ranch there.
I was just gonna say, that's not at Monte Cristo.
Yeah, that's, the home ranch here. And then, so basically, and seeing again, so it's identifying that they have enough structures that are close together, that's where it's really flagging this as like, okay, this is a risk. And then, let's see. Yeah, here's the one on Monte Cristo. Yeah, so, a couple structures in there, and it was just, they were clustered enough that identified and picked that up. But that's really it on the south end of the county. It's like we were just talking about, Bill, mostly on that north end around Garden City is the high risk. Beaver Mountain and some of those other ones, but that's cash, so.
Okay.
You guys have any thoughts on that structure exposure score and where we set that boundary?
What's inside of, Bridgerland? What, is that a 5?
Yes,
That seems
let's
kind of-
see. Actually, let's see here, 6.
Okay.
Yep. So it looks like they got a little bit of, oh yeah, so very high right here on this ridge line coming through. I think this is actually, there's a strip of vegetation in there.
Yeah.
So it kind of bounces from high to very high exposure. And
See, that's a
then
part where
this is
it would be
extreme.
confusing. It'd be easier just to have all of Bridgerland.
I sure think so. In Garden City, that's one thing, the cities will have to do their city limits, they're gonna have to decide that, and I know Garden City was working on that, I haven't seen the exact way they went yet.
Okay.
And then the county will have to do, yeah, but yeah, like, John, you're right, though, like, so it's very confusing, like, and we talked about this in that meeting, but this is gonna cause some issues, I think even, so this is that Elk Hollow subdivision, that you enter in through Bear Lake West. So we've got this whole one end that's in the state's high risk, but I feel like for the county, like, that would be just, if you start doing half subdivisions, I don't know if that makes sense.
And the same thing with Sweetwater.
Yeah.
You know, you have
Yeah,
50% of them,
Yeah, Sweetwater's kinda weird.
2/3.
Yeah, about 2/3 of it. Like I said, it's about that Valley View Drive. I think that this is Valley View Drive, right? Let me see. Yep. So yeah, this is Valley View Drive, and you know, and it's even like pretty much if you're on Valley View Drive, you're in it. But yeah. And I mean, what's interesting is yes, it would be much easier to deal with a fire down here and like this majority grass component. There is no doubt. When you get up here, you know, you're getting into the heavy brush and it's going to complicate things much more. But, I mean, there still is pretty significant risk.
Well, and there's still lots down in that bottom area there, there's still lots that are sold that are gonna be eventually built on. So
yeah.
how long that's gonna be, you know, who knows? But
Yeah, and
it's
you
gonna
guys-
be very long before you're gonna see those as.
Yes.
And there's, you know, there's so many lots still up there that are vacant, so.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you could see down here, I mean, cause they just got power, I think, down on this end, which really held up construction down here on the south end of Sweetwater. So, you know, yeah, we've got 4 or 5 homes where, you know, you come back up here where there's always been power and it's much more developed. So yeah, and that's definitely gonna change this whole high risk map again. That's the joys of this and dealing with it every year. Like, I feel like this is going to be very hard. There's gonna be big changes. Kim, I think she's got her hands full. I really feel bad for her because I feel like it's gonna be a lot for her to deal with. And, you know, her administrative time, like, I feel like that's gonna be a workload, just dealing with this every year.
Oh, no doubt, yeah.
Yeah. And that's really like, and the building inspector, you know, to try to do this planning and zoning, I feel like, Mitch, this is gonna be a big like ask for them and for them to try to.
No, we'll definitely put that on code.
Yeah, and like to understand, and I think planning and zoning would be much easier for them too, is just to like see this, okay, it's off of this road or it's off, I think it needs to be clearly defined, don't you? For sure. Instead of using, you know, we need to try to hook it on roads. Make it something easy. Maybe canals, I don't know, something on the ground though, that somebody could ground proof it and kind of be able to zoom in on a map, say, okay, I'm in it, I'm out of it.
Yeah.
Is that kind of your guys' thoughts?
Yeah.
You think we just try to maybe fall in the middle, try to include subdivisions?
Yeah.
And we can go through, and I can go through with our GIS guy. I mean, he will build this map for the county.
I was gonna say, why don't you have him do a draft map and see what that looks like?
Okay.
And try to put the subdivisions in and see if we're gonna have isolated areas that we're gonna have to make some adjustments and justifications.
Yeah, and he's happy, and
That's
it's
probably true.
he's actually our forester, and he's been very helpful, like, to do this stuff. We'll get plugged in with him, and I'll get going on this and try to get maybe something for next month.
Okay.
And then, of course, adopting that WUI code, whatever process, Mitch. And I'm glad we kinda didn't do it, because that 2006 is out, and now it's gotta be the 2024.
Right.
So,
You got any comments or advice, Steve, on the wooey wooey?
No, these maps look awfully familiar. They correspond very well with the maps that we have and that we've put together for our high-risk areas. We've already identified the areas that will have the greater sensitivity during wildfire season, so I actually appreciate this.
yeah.
I think it's important to better manage the areas that we live in, right?
Yes.
Create defensible spaces, so I think this is.
Then we can keep the sensitivity turned down.
Keep everything going on. Yeah, that sound good, guys.
Yeah.
Mitch, maybe
Yeah.
we'll get together, I guess, get that code, get rolling on that. I'm sure the attorney will wanna see it.
I don't think we're ready today to decide if we're doing it or if the state's doing it.
Yeah, I think you got some time there too. I don't think there's any, I think kick it around.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm gonna keep thinking on it too, and I'm sure there's some things, and I would like to see, it would be nice to kind of maybe see if I could get my hands on like Weber County's agreement and see exactly how that's specified out, or maybe some of these other counties that are going to do it, and see how that's specified out. Is there like an insured way that they're gonna get compensated for this guy? Cause it would be very hard to,
Yeah, see what you can do. If I can reach out to the Weber County Commission as well, and
you might, it might, but I'll do some digging, but it might be worth it to kind of see. And I mean, and that's the other problem is their staff is obviously much larger than ours, and doing it in-house might make sense, where it's gonna be interesting. I'd like to see what Cash Box Elder are gonna do too.
so, just out of curiosity, can you span over to Weber County? Let's see what their map actually looks like.
Yeah, so you guys can see, so here's Cash. I mean, they've got some, Logan Canyon. This is what's weird, is a lot of this is in the Forest Service. So they're gonna be dealing with this, some of this on the south end of Cash, and then Weber County.
So up in the Huntsville
Yeah.
area, looks like, particularly,
Yes. So let's see, I think.
and a good share of that's Forest Service.
Yes. Got quite a number of homes right here, which, let's see if I can. Okay, so there's Causey. So I think that might be Causey Estates up there.
Yeah, that's exactly where that would be, yeah.
And then looks like a few like on Ogden Canyon. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I was actually surprised some of this. Like I was looking at Morgan County too. Not a whole lot there. Rich County's got its fair share for sure compared to
the other counties. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah.
You know, when Weber County says, "Well, we're going to do our own."
Yeah, what kind of
What
workload
kind
are
of
they?
workload are we talking about?
Yeah, and I could maybe get more of a like the total number. I could probably get that information too, like where I could maybe we could make some comparisons. Like there's this many homes in that high risk. Maybe I'll try to gather up that too.
Yeah, just maybe kind of look at that.
Yeah, and I mean really the big undertaking for like Sweetwater Hill that's probably one of the biggest undertakings.
And
is-
Bridgerland,
Yep.
Bridgerland there as well.
Lots of homes in there. And I do think, we talked about that if they get developed out every year, this is gonna be updated, and I think every year Garden City's gonna see this map increase in size, the county, yes. So.
Well, and you've also got zoom back out again.
Yeah.
Zoom. right here on the other side of Bridgerland, or on the other side of Sweetwater. So bring it down just a little bit.
That way,
The other
sorry.
way.
Oh,
The other
sorry.
way. So on the other side of Hodges Canyon.
Oh, I'm
is where I
sorry.
was
Yep,
talking
yep.
about.
Yep.
So, yeah, so Hodges Canyon, you know, we've got all this that's
Yes.
gonna be all developed. He's got, you know,
Yes.
here's Long Ridge, but he's got a development in here, and he's got a development here. He's also got a development right
Yep.
here now. So all this is probably gonna be filled in.
Yeah, it's
along
actually
with-
interesting. This is some older aerial imagery. You're right, Bill, because these
Yeah,
roads
this
were just barely scratched
And
in.
it doesn't
on
even
the
show
edge.
Hawk Rock there. And then he's got this one over here that he's just doing.
Yep.
And you know, they got Paradise Parkway, which goes right along there, so.
I honestly bet when the county updates these maps the first time, because remember how he said they were using the older aerial imagery? This thing might
Change.
increase.
Yeah, you're missing all of Cherimoya there.
Yeah.
A bunch of homes on the Sweetwater Parkway,
Yes.
like in front of the golf course. There's probably three times as many
That's what I
houses.
say, there's a lot of open space there that, I don't think it's there.
I actually missed that on, yeah, you're right, I mean, cause there's probably 35, 40 homes right here in this circle,
Well,
pretty close.
Yeah, so he's got one Hawk Rocks in there now, and I don't know, you know, it's probably got 25 or 30 lots, and then just on the other side of that, he's got one planned, and then the one over in, directly right in Garden City, right up
Mhm.
in the middle. I'm trying to think what that,
And they're developing, and I'm not exactly
Right
sure,
there.
but that road, yeah,
Right
right
there.
going up, that
Yeah,
road
right there,
improvement.
yeah.
So, yes, this is gonna, so I'm guessing when Kim gets that structure data to them, I'm betting we're gonna see this increase.
Oh, I think we will, yeah. And most of the homes are gonna be up in the Willoughby area.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get that map, we'll get a draft put together, I'll kinda do that, like what we talked about, kinda go in between. I'll get that for next meeting, and then I'll work with Mitch, we'll come up with how to get that. Is there a public hearing probably that has to go on with the Louis code, yeah, with that code? Okay.
And I don't know if it'll be a standalone code or if it'll be like an additional chapter in our land use ordinance. I would imagine it goes in the land use ordinance, because there'll be some kind of interface between developments and this, but we'll include that as part of the development process. And then we'll also wanna flesh out who will be doing the inspections and stuff like that, so.
Yes.
Okay, see what you can come up with.
Okay, do you need me to plug this back in, Alex? I can't, I got it.
Just put it up on the,
Thanks, Travis.
Maybe.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet. I give up, Bill.
Thanks for your help with all this.
Yeah,
and
you bet.
Stay in touch
Yep.
with what you find out.
Oh, one other thing I was gonna ask Bill, those radios for the county equipment,
Yeah,
do you want me to go ahead and order them?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah, let's order and get them in.
get them in, okay, I'll do it.
Find the power button on that.
I just get all those guys, PPE for free.
It's just frozen.
Yeah, so I got a grant,
Oh, good.
just for that small one through the state, so that all those guys will have all the county road guys that went through the fire class, will get them all.
Okay,
Oh, good.
good.
So, and I'll get that stuff ordered, I think we just gotta pay for it and we'll get a reimbursement.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sheldon. Want to state your name?
Shelton Taylor with Benchmark Surveys out of Laketown. This is about last month's meeting with regard to your interlocal agreement with Wasatch County Surveyor to provide surveying services for whatever projects Rich County might have, and also for section corner monumentation, searching and new monumentation recording. After the meeting, I think you were in the process of voting on putting that, agreement into place and tabled that for a minute till I could go and visit with them, being a local surveyor, to take part in that, at least some of that effort. I went and met with, Jim Kaiserman, the Wasatch County surveyor, and visited with him about my interest in being involved with it, and he seemed amenable to having me work in, maybe providing some of the labor or field work as part of the current contract, and probably more so the up and coming one for 26, 27. It probably behooves you as a county to move forward with that agreement and have Wasatch County put the next year in place. Because of their experience with the years they've done up there. He sent out a letter about our visit, and the experience that they've had with putting those grants together and whatnot. It's gonna take some catching up to do and some training and whatnot to put that in place, as far as if I were to work on those things.
And he's done the grant already.
Yes, yes, and so my thoughts are, move forward with putting those contracts in place over the next year or two even, until, there's other opportunities that arise. What I'd like to be involved with, as I mentioned to him, is probably providing the field work, especially over the next year. He did indicate that typically the payment for that work doesn't happen until the end of the coming year, when the documentation and information is all submitted to the state and to the records department.
When that's submitted, then they
Right, and then they disperse
release
the
the
funds,
money.
yeah, and that's fine. I'd still like to be involved, mainly from a familiarity perspective and close proximity to the work that's being done. I expect that if it's all right with you as the county, that I would visit with him more and try to work into a working relationship with it's at least providing the survey field work and documentation and whatnot, as part of that contract. Whether they are amenable to that, or if they wanna be involved and have their people do it, I'm not sure. That'll be additional discussions, but
Yeah.
that's pretty much, it was more of a learning thing for me, and I hope I didn't, what do you call it, delay. I think we're still time for getting things in place for the coming year, and so I appreciate that opportunity, and hopefully it'll work into having a local surveyor provide the local work.
Yeah, for sure.
Any questions for me at all?
Appreciate you doing that follow-up, and I think with where we're at this stage in the game, we'll go ahead and approve the addendum for this coming year.
Sure.
And do that.
Yeah.
And then I would work with Jim. I don't know how many more years Jim's gonna be around.
I don't know if he knows either, but he's still kicking, so that's a good thing.
Yes, he is, and, if they can, have you do some of the field work, great, but we'll leave that up between you and
Sure.
them, okay?
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Hey,
Thanks for coming over.
No,
Thanks for hanging around.
Oh,
Sorry to
I'll
put
be
you
here.
on.
I'll be here the rest of the day, no
Sorry,
problem.
they're slow.
No
So
problem.
we probably need a motion on that, since we tabled it a month ago.
Yeah, I would make a motion that we sign the addendum with Wasatch County to do our cadastral corners for this year's funding cycle from AGRC.
Second.
Okay, moving second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So, have you got that, Annalisa?
Yeah.
Okay. It was in our last month's minutes, but,
Yeah.
Right here.
all right.
Okay, Mitch, Nikki, Shawn. Shawn had a meeting out.
Sean apologized, he had to step out.
Sorry,
Mitch?
I didn't get up, but I'm getting old here. At least that's what I was told today.
Oh, look at this ginormous piece of paper.
Well, I printed it on 8.5 by 11. It was really,
Yeah, you did, except for you got a little spare there.
it was really small, so that's ridiculous to try and see a meeting.
Oh, you need your readers to see this.
So,
Nikki, Weston with your Economic Development Board, Mitch Poulsen. Really glad to be here. We put out the grant application to the community. This is what we've got back. We met as a board. This is what we have approved. We've got some good things. There's lots of business coming up in our communities.
A lot of variety in applications. We had over $1 million, so $1,329,000, $1,329,500 in total project requests. And the way you read this this spreadsheet is basically the red lines are what the staff went through and reviewed first, going, we can't, per the state statute, these are things that we can't fund. Things like salaries for existing employees, funding for a startup business, things of that nature. So the board went through and reviewed all the applications, and what they came up with was this column under approved. So you got the total project cost on the far left-hand side, and then you got, we put down what they included matching funds in that, and that was either a yes or no. And then that column with the amounts of approved. So every application, and there were very few applications that were funded in full. Most of them were knocked down quite a bit, just so that we could spread the funding out over more applications, provide greater benefit to a greater number of people. Would you like us to go through each one of them individually, or do you just want to approve it whole? What's your preference there?
I don't know if you need to go through.
Because we've been here, we've talked about how the allocations were going to be broken down, and so now we're just coming back with this is the board's recommendations on the specific applications. One thing I can mention to you, I've been working with Ben on a more legally robust mechanism for handing out this funding and making sure that if there is something that goes wrong, that we can go after individuals who maybe misallocate or misappropriated. So there'll be, it's a letter that will be with a little bit more legal teeth in it, let's put it that way. In the past, it's just been a simple, hey, you applied for grant funding, this is what we awarded you, thanks very much, this is how you get your reimbursements, this is how you submit for a reimbursement request. And Ben felt like we need to have a little bit more teeth in it than that, so.
And I'm sorry, I was signing a paper, the red.
The red are items that, as staff, we went through and identified off the board. Because we had so many, we wanted to make the meeting as productive as possible. So as staff, we looked at the applications and went, well, per state statute, we can't fund things like salaries or startups.
Right.
There's various things like that. So we just said, those ones are just, they don't comply with the state statute already. So maybe take those off the board and look at these other ones and see if there's things you like or don't like about them.
On Cherie Lax, what did she apply for?
So she has the upstairs to the Lutz Construction building. They're just off the main drag in going to Golden Canyon, and they don't use it. She would like to see that, well, she offered to open it up to businesses for a really low amount of rent, or even free of charge to start, have some startups. That was to actually build a little bit of infrastructure in the building and put some outside steps to access it. We thought that there wasn't really a guarantee
But that was going to get off the ground.
that would,
Past it 5 times.
that would be long-term feasible. There wasn't any way to ensure that. So we didn't fund that one.
Okay, so,
It's still a fabulous idea, but not one that we felt,
Met the criteria for the grant.
yeah.
awesome, okay, gotcha. Crematorium,
The pet cemetery.
where that gonna be located?
I don't believe they had specifics.
Yeah, I don't think they had specifics on that.
Yeah.
That was another one of those ones that we gave it the red because it wasn't fleshed out enough.
They're not doing it.
Cause I was gonna say, I don't believe he was able to get a permit in Woodruff for where he wanted to put it, so I wasn't sure what he was doing.
Well, that's good that we axed that out. You know, there's no point in allocating money to projects that are a little bit on the cusp, not quite fleshed out, not ready to go.
I don't think I need to go over any of what you guys already went over.
We had $90,000 to work with, and the contracts that we came up with were $89,000, $89,089.87.
Do you imagine some of these won't take it? Because they won't be able to do the project?
You know, in the past, it's been really interesting. Same scenario, right? We've got way more requests than we have money for, and most people are like, absolutely, I'll take what I can get. There's very few that say, nope, that's a deal killer, not worth it.
He's looking to build an indoor facility, so we didn't fund him, but we did fund him a year or two ago for something else.
You guys made it hard by not having the lines go all the way across.
Okay, we'll remember that for next year.
It's like I keep getting lost on the. Oh, I got it on my computer here though. And remind me, the other 90,000 we held back.
It was allocated between support for me and Shawn to administer the grant, for the sheriff's office. There is a project on the outside of town that would be value added, and then also another project that we're going to use as match for.
Okay.
Is this 10,000 with this or this? Or him?
10,000 is with Dad and Melissa.
Okay.
Somewhat in pizza.
Some pizza.
So, and that one has changed just slightly. Instead of a freezer, they were able to get into the new Cody's garage building, so they do not need a freezer, but they need furniture because all of the restaurant furniture is gone. So that one is updated slightly. So instead of a freezer, it will be restaurant
Furniture stuff.
So, I'm sorry, I was looking at the other 90,000 was for,
We've got 10 going to the sheriff's department.
okay,
We have 35 in infrastructure here in Randolph for an infrastructure project. The administration costs are 12.
4 between me and Shawn.
I think they are 12. And then the rest is a matching grant for the grant that we received in Garden City.
okay.
You said 35,000 for what?
For infrastructure up the canyon. The
Lumber mill?
the lumber mill.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a value added project that's going in there.
A wood shop. They do high-end cabinetry.
ooh, nice.
They're coming from Park City. They need a cheaper place to operate, so they're gonna operate out of the sawmill. They've just been annexed into town and are hoping to get the building going this spring.
Oh, that's nice to know. I need to contact them about that annexation.
How much was to Randolph?
35.
Oh, that's that.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And I think you'll find that in your minutes from a couple of months ago when we presented.
I don't know the breakdowns in the minutes, but
If you need official something, we can get that back to you.
How much was the match?
I think it's 50, but that's just off the top of my head, it was everything else.
That's my recollection too.
You need to express to your board, you and your board, we appreciate this and all the hours and hours and hours of work.
They do a good job.
It's hard.
They
It's
really
so
did.
hard.
They really did a good job deliberating these out.
That's a tough job.
It is fun, it's my favorite board I serve on, I
Really?
really enjoy it.
Well, we enjoy you doing it, so thank you.
Where will the high-quality electronic message sign be located?
It's my understanding that it will be at their Epic Recreation location just on the uphill side of Logan Canyon. So up there by the Chevron.
On the uphill side?
Well, just at their facility up by the Chevron.
Building hidden up the canyon.
Yeah, okay.
I can't remember the specifics on why that was a good idea right off the top of my head.
I don't either, but I remember that they justified how it was going to contribute to economic development and the staffing of an additional employee really well. I mean, I think it's because they can put more on there than just packages that they are running. They can put public events and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think they're gonna partner with the chamber and run some stuff for
Right.
local businesses.
Yeah.
And it's a relatively small amount compared to some of these
Mhm.
other awards.
And he's applied every year.
So that's 7617
No.
right here. What's that? What's it? Where's it go?
That goes to Sam Casillas, his landscaping business.
Oh, okay. So it's just above the. Okay.
Again, if
You
I
need
left the grid
lines.
mines, it would be easy.
We need lines. No, it's good.
So is that a startup business?
No.
This is just to, will this unidentified landscaping tools, is he expanding his business?
He
Or-
is.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
He came and participated in the grant writing process in the classes that we had. And off the top of my head, I don't remember the specifics, but it was well written, well received.
Good.
Matched up very well.
Good.
And that's another thing we're starting to see. The applications that are coming in they're better justified with what we're targeting, which is encouraging.
We had quite a few people between the two different grant writing classes. A dozen?
Mm-hmm.
You guys have any more questions?
I don't, I make a motion that we approve what's been, recommended by our Economic Advisory Board, for a total of $89,089.87 for the projects that have been applied for.
Okay, second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I'd also approve the other recommendations for the Sheriff's Department and for the Randolph Infrastructure Project, for the Bear Lake Regional Commission and Bear Lake Association of Governments, and for the match of $50,000.
I think you have already done that.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Memorialized. Okay. Thanks, Commissioners. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
You guys are awesome.
Good work.
Have a good afternoon.
Lynn's not here, so.
Okay, Division of Water Resources High Hazard Dam Rehabilitation Grant Agreement.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna wanna talk.
Let me get you set up real quick. Is this gonna work, guys?
Will they post it?
What do you mean posted where?
So we can see who received the grants.
You can come look at it. I don't know that it's gonna be posted anywhere.
Oh. Do I have one of those?
Let me test if we can
Okay,
hear you.
I think I see one.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
I didn't even get
Okay,
it.
so you're up, we can hear.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and tell us what you got going?
Okay.
Give us your name and
let's
stuff,
see.
name and.
My name is Ben Merritt. Yeah, I'm an engineer with the Division of Water Resources. The Division of Water Resources applied to FEMA to get a grant called the High Hazard Potential Dams Grant. And we received some money, and we would like to award some of that money to Woodruff Irrigation Company to do some planning and design work for Birch Creek number 2 dam. This is essentially an engineering investigation to determine any deficiencies that the dam has, and then a design effort to correct those deficiencies so that the dam meets minimum state safety standards. I appeared before the county council, I think it was last fall, and essentially presented the same project. We talked about the county being a fiscal agent for the project because part of the requirements through FEMA is that the grant has to be awarded or sub-awarded to either a government or a nonprofit. And so the funding is going to be passed through the county to Woodruff Irrigation Company for that project. And so the grant agreement that you got before you is between the Division of Water Resources and Rich County, and that will essentially allow us to pass that money from the Division of Water Resources to Rich County.
So is this just to do a study?
It's for planning and design. So we'll go into the dam, we'll do some geotechnical investigation. There will be some environmental and historic preservation work that goes on. We'll do some hydrologic and hydraulic analysis of the spillway and of the watershed, and we'll model some flooding that could go on. And then through all that process, we essentially identify all of the potential deficiencies that the dam has. And then later on, there will be a design effort to essentially, a design, a construction project that will correct all the deficiencies. So it's planning and design work. The construction that would take place, that's kind of almost a separate project. It'll come later. It's not part of this. The grant will cover 65% of the design and planning. Then there's a state dam safety grant, which is also going directly to Woodruff Irrigation Company, which will cover the remaining 35% of those costs. And so essentially, there's no financial obligation to the irrigation company up front. Once the project goes into construction at some future date, at that time, we'll have additional funding for the irrigation company, and then it depends on how much is available, but the company will be required to contribute some amount at that point.
So if we do this planning and design, will there, and we get to the point where it's time for construction, if the irrigation company can't afford it, are they obligated to move forward if we commit to planning and designing?
Not necessarily. They could say no. It's possible. I don't know if you're aware of the state dam safety grant, but the state legislature they set aside money every year for to address high hazard potential dams throughout the state, and we kind of award that money as the dams come up on the state engineer's priority list. And so if Birch Creek number 2 dam were to come to the top of that priority list and we had funding available for them, if they were to turn it down, if the dam, there could potentially be repercussions that they're not anywhere near the top of the list at this point, so, essentially no, is the answer to your question, I guess.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be obligated. We could go through this planning and design process, and then the project could kind of go on the back burner for potentially years while we're waiting for additional funding to come through for it.
So is there any requirement, any max requirements on this at all, Ben?
So the match would come in once the project does go under construction. Again, the state dam safety grant, the irrigation company would be eligible for a 90% grant on the construction project, and then the remaining 10% would be what the irrigation company would be responsible to cover at that point in time. Hopefully we'll be able to get additional federal funding so that their portion would be down closer to 4% of the overall project cost, but that remains to be seen.
Okay, and so for this, this particular grant of this study grant, is there any match requirement for it?
The match is essentially being met by the state dam safety grant, which is going to cover the 35%. The HHPD grant will do 65%. The state dam safety grant will cover 35%. Okay. So we're essentially meeting the federal match obligation with state money.
Okay, so no match from the county, no match from the irrigation company, is that right? Okay.
That's, yeah.
There is a match, but the additional grant funding will cover it, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
When will this work begin, Ben?
They are going to begin an archaeological study this month. They have a contractor that's teeing up to begin that work. Once the archaeological study is complete, the geotechnical investigation and the hydrologic analysis and all that stuff is slated to begin this summer.
Is this gonna interfere with any of their water disbursements that they'll put throughout the year? Okay.
So we have the president of the Woodruff Irrigation Company here. You guys have any questions or?
Yeah, this request that's before the commissioners today is for just $10,000 for the original study to start this. Is that what's before the commission today?
Yeah.
That's correct, yes.
And that's gonna be covered by a grant?
That's correct.
Okay, because we were under the impression that we was gonna have to take out a loan, the irrigation company's gonna have to take out a loan, but now that is gonna be covered by a state grant at 35%.
Yeah, that's right. There's no loan that's necessary. You know, I talked about once the project goes into construction, how there will be a cost share percentage allotted to the irrigation company at that time. And at that time, if the company does desire, if they do need a loan, that option is available, but it's not necessarily a requirement.
Okay, we're good with the benefits. If it's a grant,
Okay.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion then that we enter in this agreement with Division of Water Resources for the dam number 2, Birch Creek Dam number 2 study for planning and design work.
Okay, second.
Okay, moving second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
and you're requesting a payment of $10,359? Or aren't you requesting that today?
It'll flow to us, so what'll happen is they'll actually, the recipient will be paid a maximum of $10,000 for costs authorized in this agreement. Performance and payment under this agreement are contingent upon the availability of federal funds, but basically what it's saying is that as those costs are incurred, we will request funds from water resources to pay those costs. So
Who will we be getting sorry, this is Annalisa. will we be getting like an invoice or what will trigger me creating a payment? Is this the document that triggers it?
No.
So once the work is performed, the contractor, the engineer, the various entities will invoice the canal company, they'll invoice Woodruff Irrigation Company, and then the irrigation company will then forward those invoices to the county. You can take a look at them, account for them as you will, and then you'll email them to me.
Okay.
And then I will submit them to FEMA, and then the money will flow in the reverse of that order.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to mention really quick, before we move on, this is just a part of the grant funding to cover the archaeological study that I mentioned a moment ago. Once that's performed, FEMA is going to approve additional grant funding, and so we'll be submitting an amendment to this contract to the county to adopt at that time. And that'll be for a larger amount, which will cover the remainder of the planning and design work.
Okay.
Sounds like a pretty good deal. Thank you. Okay.
I'm gonna ask a question while I got it. I'm George, the vice president of the company. So, just so we can be clear, it seems like it's about 1.1 million for the planning. Am I correct there? Is that kind of the right number?
Yes.
And so before that's granted, the commission has to sign off on that contract. This signing today doesn't have anything to do with that. Is that correct?
You were kind of breaking it out a little bit, but it sounded like you were asking if this money is part of that 1.1 million, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And will they need to sign off again on anything over this $10,000?
Yeah, so this 10,000 is part of that greater 1.1 million amount that we received for Woodruff Irrigation Company. And yeah, we'll need to submit an amendment to this contract to the county when that additional amount is approved. But that won't be until after this $10,000 is consumed, after this archaeological study is performed.
And will that the $1 million, there will be an addition on top of that to finish the study, am I correct there?
That's correct. We have additional money, which we have set aside, which we will be able to allocate to the project. Once the design process begins, that'll cost additional money, and yeah, we have both state money and additional federal money that's set aside to cover that portion of the project.
And that's all still considered planning, not construction. And that will be covered 65% FEMA, 35% totally by the state. So there's still no funds coming from the irrigating company or the county.
Correct.
Thank you.
That's confusing.
All right, appreciate it, Ben.
You bet. Thank you, guys. You have a good one.
You're awesome.
Thank you. You always want to make it black and white and very clear.
For public record.
We've been over this 100 times and it changes every time.
When he said grant, we've been talking getting a loan.
Yeah.
The last couple of months. Today he said it was a grant from the state. Why were they trying to get us to take out a loan? Why were we gonna try and have you guys take out a loan? When it was, to be a grant from the state. That's what they told us at the very beginning. It was gonna be covered by a grant, so I was glad to get that clarified today, that it's not gonna cost the county, it's not gonna cost the irrigation company. JUB has already turned in this 10,000 whatever for the original archaeological study. They had Bighorn archaeological consultants do it, and so they're wanting to get them paid. I think it come in at 8,000 instead of 10, but it's good to know that's covered by a grant, because originally they told us we had to pay that to get this process started.
I still can't believe they could spend $1 million on just planning.
Oh,
That's
it's
just
11
engineering.
million.
I know nothing about it, and I think I could probably do it for half that cost, starting from scratch, you know? I'll figure it out
Yeah,
for
that's-
$5 million.
That's just the engineering, it's $11 million project. It's gonna cost them $72,000 to take a cat and build the road up onto the face of the dam. That just gives you one cost. And then they're
Okay.
gonna drill.
Well, we'll just let them do it, as long as it's not costing us, you know?
Well, I say take the $1 million and cement the dam spillway and have the problem solved, but, and I'm just done, I'm glad you guys worked with us. And I'm glad we were here to understand this, because the last conference call we had, it was, if you guys don't apply for a loan, the county has to apply for a loan.
Yeah.
And the email they sent me was an application for Rich County to apply for a financial assistance from the Utah State Board of Water Resources. So I'm glad that went away and it turned into a good.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully we can get at least a study done anyway without
Yeah, I mean,
some
we've
obligation.
gotta do the study, because if we don't, they can tell us, breach the dam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, ain't us heathens anymore. We're not causing
No.
any more grief. Thank you. Thank you for asking the questions and making sure it was clear. Gio, appreciate you guys.
Yeah. I just smile. I've seen too many Chevy Chase movies with the dam tour and the state dam grant.
Yeah, Dan Grant.
But
But where they come up with we need to borrow the money? And then, do we need to get put on the agenda for next month? If the attorney gets time to look at that
Yeah.
other document.
Yeah, I've got you on here because we still need to ratify it.
Yeah,
So, yeah, you'll be back on the agenda again.
okay, appreciate that. Like I say, that'll be good to have you look through that. We'll look through it again, see if there's anything that jumps out on us.
Thank
He,
you.
he wasn't too excited about it, but.
no.
Economic Advisory Board decisions.
Oh, yes.
Where we getting that deal considered? Who's getting that?
And number two is, the tub.
This paper?
Okay. Gio, have somebody make a copy? 2 copies, one for you, one for me, please.
Thank you. Appointment
Slip
of-
this on the door, but you'll be in executive session.
Yeah, yeah.
We hope we can do that. Alrighty, kids, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appointment of chief deputy positions, we need to ratify that.
Yeah.
So the treasurer's office and the clerk's office have requested that we appoint a chief deputy in each of their offices to help with the administrative duties in their absence. And so they've selected their deputy positions, as in the treasurer's office will be Camille Schinkel as her deputy, and Camille Trujillo.
No.
No,
Chantel.
Chantel Jensen.
Oh, sorry, and Chantel Jensen in the clerk auditor's office. I would make that motion, that they be appointed to chief deputies.
Second.
okay, moving second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Bill, did you review these?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the Rich County Commission minutes from March 4th of 2026.
Second.
Moving second, that we approve the minutes, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And I'll make a motion that we approve the March 2026 bills,
Expenditures.
expenditures. Yeah.
Second.
Moving second, that we approve the last month's expenditures, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd make a motion that we adjourn into executive session for personnel discussion with the sheriff
Okay, I'll second that.
Moving,
And Randolph, Utah.
moving
Yeah,
second.
Randolph, Utah, 20
Thanks, Sheldon.
South Main Street.
See ya.
Enjoy
See
your
ya.
executive session.
Say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.